Yo. What does it mean to be a fool? What separates the ambitious from the imprudent, the bold from the stupid? If I were to guess, I'd say it would be the results of their actions. Those who succeed will be seen historically with admiration. We will speak of how they won against the odds. Meanwhile, those who fail, we will analyze their failure, every detail of their fall, their soul forever tortured with the humiliation of defeat. Great men and women may one day fall, while those who have fallen may one day rise again. I suppose it's all contextual, who shall be remembered for what. You might think I'm referring to the pages of history books, who legends long lost to time. But the men and women I speak of today are still very much here with us. The internet has given us the ultimate tool to act upon our free will, for through it we can write our own history books, become legends in the eyes of those who witness us, to be admired from the comfort of our own bedroom desk, or to be mocked. There could be no greater fruit of knowledge than that of the internet, for through it we can indulge every single desire we've ever had, know anything we could possibly ever hope to know, and become something so much more than ourselves, or perhaps be swallowed, torn asunder, and lost by something so much more than ourselves. Today we'll be looking at one such man, one such fool who bore himself, his dreams, and all that he was to the internet. A fable littered with ideas of grandeur, petty 2000s internet wars, and diapers. A tale of blue hedgehogs and red-haired chipmunks, of arrogance, of ambition, and of failure. An account of trolling, internet dudes swinging sticks at each other, and above all else, a man who followed his dreams, no matter how crazy or unrealistic, to their very bitter end. The fable of one of the most infamous and interesting sonic internet personalities ever to grace the web. Sonmanic, a knothole resident, eyesight tape, richmunk, or simply Richard Kuta.
Log introduction because this is dead serious.
So I've got a message out there for every fucking troll with a headset and a copy of modern warfare.
Excuse me, I have some memories I need to repress.
I hate the N-word, and by N-word, I mean nerd, not...
Hello gamer fans, Spax here.
Everyone, I'm so glad you're still watching ADGN after 15 years.
The year is 1993. Late 1993 to be specific. Bill Clinton's been president for nearly a year. Classic movies like Jurassic Park, The Nightmare Before Christmas, Groundhog Day, Demolition Man, and of course Mrs. Doubtfire have released or are going to be released soon this year. And, of course, Sonic the Hedgehog is on top of the world. By this point, Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 have already been released on the Sega Genesis or Sega Mega Drive to major acclaim and success for Sega as a company, the game series being their first real contender, a true rival to Nintendo's ever-popular Super Mario Bros. Series. And with Sonic the Hedgehog came some real competition in the market. Sonic is fast, he's cool, he's blue, and his games got sick-ass soundtracks. And by late 1993, Sonic CD, for the Sega CD system, was about to come out. Sonic 3 and Knuckles was on its way early next year. However, outside the world of video games, Sonic was also making his grand debut in the world of television, with not just one, but two separate Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon series, released within just a few days of one another. The first was The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which was this weird fever dream of Looney Tunes mixed with trippy visuals, slapstick humor, and would later become the foundation for many memes and YouTube poops to come in the not-so-distant future at that point. The second cartoon, however, was titled simply Sonic the Hedgehog. This cartoon was very different from the other, sporting its own cast of original characters, and a far darker and more serious tone and setting, one where series villain Dr. Robotnik had already won in his quest for world domination years ago. And so Sonic and his pals, the Freedom Fighters, are now trying to stop Robotnik from further turning the rest of their animal kind into his robot slaves, through a painful process known as roboticization, which turns the flesh into mechanical parts, and strips them of their free will. They're also trying to stop him from destroying what little nature is left of the world. The show wasn't afraid to go to gloomier plot scenarios, or shy away from the dystopian setting, even if the show was still a cartoon for kids in much the same way as Batman and later Gargoyles did. From the very start of episode 2, in fact, one of the characters gets ultimately captured and is roboticized, never seen again in the series, setting the tone that, technically, at any point, any character could be captured and forever lost to the cause of Dr. Robotnik. The main cast of characters were an interesting lot to follow as well, all bouncing off of each other in a natural fashion. The show also allowed characters to show weaknesses and vulnerability. Even Sonic the Hedgehog gets character development, like in the time where he has a dream about not being able to be quick enough to save one of his friends, in particular Princess Sally Acorn, who he also kinda has a thing for in the show. Or when they eventually meet up with his uncle, Uncle Chuck, who has been roboticized and lives as a constant reminder of what could happen to them all, them only being able to communicate with him through brief times of the roboticization being turned off through Sally's technology. But it ultimately never lasts for long. New character Bunny Rabbit has had 3 of her limbs roboticized, but she ends up using these 3 limbs as a means of fighting back against Robotnik, since they also give her super strength. Sally Acorn is a tech whiz, but it was also once the princess of the ruler of Mobius, the planet that they're all on, and fights not just for her people and loved ones, but to avenge her father, who was thrown into a dimension known as the Void years ago by none other than Dr. Robotnik. Robotnik is also far more intimidating and cunning as a villain in this series, far more than he normally is in any of the games, or other cartoons for that matter, with him trying anything he can to destroy the last rebels against his immortal regime, with no one being off limits to his cruelty. Even his second-in-command, his nephew Snively, isn't off limits to his rage. In fact, he's often used as his punching bag. Then of course, there's this whole bucket of lore that is exclusive to this show and later on in the Archie Sonic comic books, about the planet of Mobius, its history, and even the introduction of a force that could be far more powerful with Dr. Robotnik, a character known as Ixis Nargis, who currently resides within the Void. The show, however, as great as it is, ultimately ends, unfortunately, on a major cliffhanger. A cliffhanger that promised to change the status quo of the show and bring about a new story arc entirely. That being one where Dr. Robotnik is defeated, but now his nephew Snively is there to take over, and is also helped by that aforementioned Ixis Nargis character. All of which would have been something that was quite interesting for Western animation at the time, and also quite the bold move. Or, again, at least it would have been if it wasn't ultimately robbed of its chance to do it, with the show being cancelled after its 2nd season, never to be finished. Nevertheless, the show was well liked and discussed online by other Sonic fans and enjoyers of cartoons alike. In fact, there were actually many who had only ever seen the cartoon and never played the games, but were more than a fan of just the cartoon. And due to the show being simply titled Sonic the Hedgehog, fans would eventually come up with an identifier for the show to distinguish conversations and chat rooms about it versus the video games. That identifier being SatAM, that is, Sonic SatAM, since the show originally came on Saturday mornings. The fans of the time would come to create message boards for the show specifically around that time, as well as creating fanfictions and theorizing on what Season 3 would have held in store had the show actually continued, and also generally being pissed off that the show had become rather difficult to track down or watch as time separated from the show's initial airing to then. A factor that's often forgotten about by now, since pretty much any show or series you want to watch can easily be found somewhere online, oftentimes for free. When back in the early to even late 90s, this was often a far more difficult process, or damn near impossible if someone hadn't specifically saved recordings of the show. So, skipping ahead several years, at around 2000, at the advent of a new website, FUS, or Fans United for SatAM.com. This website would serve the purpose of both being a fan activist website, trying to contact Deke Entertainment, the creators of both the aforementioned shows, in an attempt to try to get the series fully released on DVD, as well as the site being a hub for all fans of the show to come and discuss, well, pretty much everything regarding it in their forums, as well as share their fanfics, their fan art, etc. On a personal note, I actually remember visiting this website quite often around 2006 to 2007, as I was really into the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, and was looking up pretty much any place that had info on any random Sonic-related lore or media. Sonic SatAM was of particular interest to me due to its style and darker stories, which as I was growing a little bit older at the time was appealing to me more and more. I remember looking at the screenshots and plot descriptions of the episodes there on the website, long before I was ever actually able to watch the show itself, which I eventually did when the show was fully released on DVD by chance that year in 2007, in a Shout Factory release. A DVD which I still happen to have my copy of, even if it is a little bit beat up, as you can see here. The site fulfilling its primary goal at the time. I guess you could say I was pretty lucky to have found out about this show just around the time it was getting easier to watch yet again, rather than those back in the early or late 90s who had to find other means of watching the show if they ever wanted to see it again. Now, all of this information is to set the background for where the protagonist of our story comes in. It's from these websites' community at around the year of 2002, where Richard Kuta would first make a name for himself. And make a name, he certainly did. Richard Anthony Kuta, born April 13th of 1981, like many his age of the time, grew up watching cartoons and playing video games. Sonic the Hedgehog, of course, being one of them. How did you first get into Sonic the Hedgehog and by extension, Sonic SatAM?
Well, SatAM was definitely the catalyst to my devotion towards the Sonic franchise, because honestly that show is the only reason I ever expressed interest. Beforehand, I was a Nintendo loyalist, as you could say, who would ridicule anyone who'd claim that Sega was more superior. I don't know, maybe it was my early years of gatekeeping, since a lot of kids at the time were very defensive on which game console they preferred, especially if you were that elite Neo Geo TurboGrafx fan. But now, I do kind of remember being at Toys R Us in the summer of 1991 when I was pre-ordering the Super Nintendo with my mom, since it was being released that August or September at that time. And right before school started, I believe, because everybody was talking about it, and I remember so many of my friends said, yeah, I'm going to get it this weekend, whatever. So it was a weird competition. But so anyway, as I was browsing around, looking at the various NES titles to kill time, there was a Genesis console on demo that was showcasing the original Sonic the Hedgehog. So curiosity got the best of me, and I ended up enjoying it. I mean, for a fast-paced game with incredible graphics, catchy music, and a character that reflects how a preteen felt in the early 90s, it really was a character that pushed boundaries of what, say, Mario was doing at the time. But what's strange about this one-time encounter was that I never really thought about the game until Sonic 2 came out. Now again, I didn't care for Sega, so I didn't even own a Sega console. So the only way I could play these games was at a friend's or cousin's house. Sonic 2, however, it started to grab my attention a bit more towards these games since the introduction of Tails, because he was such a unique and adorable character to where it convinced me not to limit myself to just one video game company, since there was so much creativity in what I was seeing with just this Sonic character and all. So a year passes by, so it's around fall 1993. There's two Sonic cartoons that debuted simultaneously, as we all know. There was the silly and goofy Adventures of Sonic, and then the dark and gritty SatAM. Adventures was like good for a laugh, and it definitely had its moments. But I mostly gravitated towards SatAM due to my affinity for sci-fi fantasy novels, but also for franchises like Star Trek and Star Wars. And these grandiose adventures involving engaging characters, compelling stories, world building, and such a surrealistic landscape, that's exactly the type of show that really captivated my interest. So it really hit all the right notes and made me realize that this Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon has a lot of growing potential, and sure enough, I became an instant fan. And most importantly, I didn't care that these characters weren't in the games. I just really enjoyed their personalities and what they contributed to this freedom fighter group of Sonics. But at the time, I had confidence that the popularity of the show, at least according to my friends that I talked to in junior high at the time, you know, during lunch hour and such, would eventually lead to like characters like Sally, Bunny, and such to be featured in a game. And while that technically did happen in a spin-off called Sonic Spinball, I didn't really count that as a genuine inclusion, since they're basically unplayable cameos in a bonus stage. But sad enough, that was the only time they were ever featured in a Sonic game, and I spent many years hoping and holding on to this delusional optimism that they would eventually get acknowledged in some type of media. And to this day, I'm still waiting for that to happen in pretty much anything. But while Sega neglected to incorporate the Freedom Fighters in the games, I did find solace by reading the Archie comics, since I consider it a glorified continuation of SatAM, especially when the series was canceled, which still haunts me to this day and a lot of fans. Though the cancellation of Archie kind of competes for that space, since that also ended on a cliffhanger. But who knows what the future holds at this point? I mean, like, nostalgia's popular now, so just gotta wait and see what surprises await us. But the fact that there's fan projects out there that's trying to produce like a third season of SatAM, for example, I guess anything could be possible. So it's just about being patient.
Cuda, going under the screen name sonmanic at around 2002 or so, had begun making a name for himself online through his efforts in contacting Deke Entertainment to re-air episodes of Sonic SatAM again, as well as bootlegging low-quality Sonic SatAM episodes on eBay, for fellow fans of the show and new Sonic fans alike to experience it. If you're at all familiar with the anime scene during this time, and really back through the 90s and into the 80s, bootlegging shows was a pretty common practice for those who couldn't afford, say for example, getting every single episode of Neon Genesis Evangelion on VHS officially, for what was at the time the super cool price of $325, or $535 roughly adjusted for inflation. Collecting a series in any format, though, at the time was a really difficult and costly task, especially as VHS tapes were the most common sort, but only usually had at least 2 or 3 episodes of the series at a time, and there was no guarantee that an entire series would even be completely put out on VHS. In the case of Sonic SatAM, there were a few VHS tapes, but they weren't actually in any sort of order. They were just a couple thrown together tapes with a couple episodes on them, and that's pretty much it. So even if you wanted to try to get them all officially, if you somehow had the moolah for that, you just simply couldn't. All this to say that Cuda was essentially selling a series that there is no alternative way of getting, or legally owning back in 2002. Richard has, on many occasions, talked about how important this show is to him, how it's inspired him as a creator, as an artist, how it's helped shape him into the man he is today. So it becomes clear why at the time he was so active in trying to have this show easily available to watch, and why he was also so very dedicated to the SatAM website communities as well. When were you first made aware of the larger Sonic SatAM fandom online? When did you first join the FUS website? Would you say that you were there from the beginning?
Very much so. In fact, going back further, the first wave of Sonic communities were established on AOL newsgroups, or, primitive internet message boards, if you remember that far. But at the time, people were very welcoming and respectful. So, yes, believe it or not, guys, the Sonic fan base used to have composure and integrity. Yeah. But anyway, I used to log on there like nearly every day after school and just chat about SatAM and the Archie comics. And of course, back then, the name SatAM wasn't even conceived yet. So everyone just referred to the show as the Dark One, in contrast to the Adventure series. And SatAM would later get its name as a method to distinguish the two shows, since SatAM means Saturday morning. And this could undoubtedly be applied to any Saturday morning cartoon, but since Sonic had 2 cartoons airing simultaneously, the name just kind of stuck. So in a way, I feel very fortunate to witness Sonic history, because a lot of people don't know the origins of the SatAM title. Well, now you know. And some junior high kids, like on AOL newsgroups at the time, came up with this idea, and I'm just really surprised that it stuck around. So believe it or not, a bunch of 12-year-olds came up with SatAM. And I guess around 1996 is when I joined Sonic HQ, which was one of the very first Sonic fan sites. And for what it provided so much content to where it became my daily source for anything Sonic media related. But then around the year 2000, like the actual year 2000, I discovered a site called FUS, Fans United for SatAM. It was being advertised on Sonic web rings, if you remember what those were. Hey, remember guest books? But anyway, I'm kind of sidetracking. But yeah, FUS was touted as the very first Sonic site that centered on SatAM. So of course, me being an obsessive fan, joined immediately and started connecting with others who shared my passion for that series. But then in later years, there was conflict between me and some of the members, which led to some animosity resulting in me getting banned. But in hindsight, I do understand their reasoning, because to be blunt, I did some stupid shit I regret.
Nevertheless, the fanbase over at FUS found his constant pestering of Deke Entertainment and the selling of the bootlegs to be counterproductive in getting the show back, or at least available for legitimate purchase, something which he took great issue with. Kuda thought the community was disrespecting him and being unappreciative of his contributions towards the spread of the show online, and the campaign for its revival. On the other hand, the community at FUS thought he was being far too radical in his approach, and that selling the bootlegs was sending the wrong message to Deke anyway. They really probably should just be doing one or the other, not both. After much deliberation and arguments, things would eventually come to a head when Cuda had his sonmanic account banned from the website's forums. Again, mostly for the aforementioned bootlegging copies of the show and trying to sell them on the website, which was against the rules. Something which pissed him off all the more, as he would then begin creating several alt accounts, pretending to be someone else, getting caught eventually by either defending himself or getting into an argument about why he was banned before, and then one by one those accounts would be banned again and again. Most of this time frame is unfortunately hearsay though, and screenshots of these early events in Cuda's tale are sadly lost to time by now. But a few remnants of those days remain, one of which being Cuda's cease and desist letter from Deke Entertainment, over him selling illegal copies of the show on eBay for profit, with him having gotten caught twice doing so by this point, as well as an archive of all the alt accounts Cuda created only to have banned from the website, having his own special banned user group entitled Sonmanic is a Loser, as the ritual of Cuda creating an alt, jumping to the forums and asking why he was banned was such a frequent exercise by the mods that it eventually became its own special banned user group, as a monument to all the times Rich had done this. Why did you keep making alt accounts to keep coming back to the FUS forums? What was it about that website that made you want to keep coming back, in spite of them continuing to ban you over and over again?
Short answer, I was relentless. Since there was no other Sonic site like it, and being exiled from a fandom based on a show that I held very dear to me just seemed wrong. I figured somehow I could redeem myself by using other aliases and then build my reputation until the final reveal, so to speak. But yeah, the mods were very astute and immediately knew it was me, so I just gave up after like 7 tries. But to be fair, I was banned from the forums, so I still had access to the general sites, so it wasn't a total loss.
However, fast forward a few years later, and Rich would eventually be welcomed back to full access on the website's forums due to Rich having contacted the then owner of FUS, Quiznos, who at the time went by the username of Sonic, and convincing her that he should be let back into the community. Though Sonic didn't want to do this without at least posing the question to the community first, seeing if they would be alright with letting Sonmanic back in. The following was the response from said community. "I said no before and I'll say no again. If he screwed up once, maybe even twice, it might have been fine, but he screwed up one more chance after one more chance until he didn't have any chances left. And then he still kept screwing up. That boy ain't right." Much as I enjoy laughing at Sonmanic's antics again, I'm gonna say no. He's knucking futz. Short answer is no. The long answer is no. He's done illegal things in the past, and despite his supposed work he's been doing to bring back Sonic, yeah right, there's no evidence of it anywhere, nor will he explain it fully. Lots of double talk and such to make us keep eating his shit. I say no. He hasn't changed a bit. But look at his topic he made when he came back on as the Lone Wolf. He said how Ben was excited to hear from him and all this jazz, when it turned out that Ben didn't like him at all. He's a liar and he thinks the entire fandom revolves around him, and his petty little lie of a life. We don't need his drama here. Honestly, you can do whatever you want with him, Sonic. I don't care, but I would say no. You might as well let him come back and make him an admin, Neek. And while you're at it, give him the clothes off your back and sleep outside so you can have your room. He was banned for a reason. Let him stay banned and stop dwelling on this shit. Crazy retarded chaos can be funny, but that Sonmanic totally isn't. He thinks he's a real smartass. I wouldn't give him the opportunity to stir up more crap, unquote. As you can see, it was mostly an overall consensus that no was the response. However, some did think he should come back, but not for any charitable reasons, as many just thought it would be funny if he came back in general. User and FUS project staff Jim Doe was also quick to inform everyone why exactly sonmanic was banned in the first place, and continues to be banned on a day-to-day basis. Quote, "For the uninitiated, to remind some of the veterans of just why he's no longer welcome here, sonmanic did the following in no particular order. Advertised and traded copies of SatAM over the message board, violating board rules. Either sold or planned to sell, I don't personally remember if he actually went through with it, copies of SatAM for monetary gain, which is an extreme violation of copyright laws, and therefore quite illegal. Every time anyone brought up the fact that anything he was trying to do was in any way illegal or infeasible, which most of the time things he tried to do were, he would become whiny, petulant, bitchy, defensive, and generally a stupid, idiotic flamer jerk. I don't know what exact action of his was the final straw, but it was pretty much the entire package of stupidity that got him banned. He ban jumped, he ban jumped again, he ban jumped again, and he ban jumped again. He ban jumped under the guise of Joe Robot, but this time Neek decided to give him half another chance. Eventually he revealed himself as sonmanic, and said something along the lines of, "Ha! You never knew it was me because I changed my ways and I am a nice guy now," in which he was completely mistaken because nobody had been in fact fooled because he hadn't really changed at all. So he got banned again. He ban jumped again. He ban jumped again. I'm pretty sure you're starting to see a pattern already. This is why, by the by, we actually have a sonmanic as a loser group, especially set up for his ban jumping accounts. During some of this time, he also hung out around the FUS IRC chat room. I've never been there myself, but I've heard from several reliable sources that he was just as much of an idiot there as he was here on the forums. The only reason they let him keep coming in, I've gathered, was to make him feel unwelcome directly to his face, so that maybe he'd get a clue. He did not. Finally, he showed his face here again when he's still not welcome, and from all indications has not in fact changed his ways, despite his protestations to the contrary. He's a paranoid jerk who thinks that the entire world was designed purely to profit him, and it confuses him when other people don't get in line with his delusion. He truly thinks that deep down, everyone likes him, and that we will forgive him at some point, regardless of the fact that he's still and will likely ever be a complete amoral asshole, unquote. After months of this thread going on, Quiznos would eventually give her statement on the situation, passing the responsibility onto the admins and site staff to allow or disallow him back onto the forums. Ultimately, somehow, sonmanic was allowed back onto the website for the time being, and with his return, become the bearing of a brand new fruit that he had for the SatAM community, something that according to Cuda, he had been working towards for the last few years, and something that he would be long remembered for decades after. As soon as sonmanic was fully allowed back into FUS, he began announcing that he had somehow got in contact with Sega and had been interviewed by several animation studios, all working towards the goal of a Sonic SatAM revival in the form of a feature-length film that Rich had been working on for some time now. Richard had apparently been trying to pitch this movie idea for some time, calling up Sega, contacting them through email, until someone at Sega, according to Rich, had finally contacted him about the movie pitch in the following statement. Quote, "I just returned from Japan and we did discuss the Sonic movie, either the theatrical release or straight to DVD. Sega Japan is considering several options on how to develop a Sonic movie or new TV show, and it's a decision that will not be made quickly. They do feel that a new project should be developed in the West, as Sonic is considered a Western property, never really been that popular in Japan. However, they have placed your idea in the pre-greenlit stage until you can submit the details regarding your place in this project. In order for them to seriously consider a proposal for Sonic, they'll need information on you and your group, what experience or background you have, what approach you would take, 2D versus 3D, storyline, etc. Financials on the production, what financing you have, who would do the production timeline, possible voice talent, and any details to give them a complete picture of your group and your expertise. I realize that's a lot to put together, but they tend to ask for a lot of information and take a long time to make a decision. Good luck. Regards." Unquote. Upon hearing this news, Rich went out of his way to announce it all around the forums and anywhere he could, including several Sonic news websites, something which greatly irritated many, including Quiznos, who had just previously vouched for him to get back on the website and was now extremely pissed off, saying, quote, "You know what? Fuck being silent and fuck holding my tongue. I'm tired of seeing this goddamn news everywhere I go. Sonic Stadium recently posted this news, but I'm going to tell you guys what the real deal is. Brace yourselves, it's not pretty. I've been holding back, but I can't anymore. I'm tired of seeing people's hopes get so high, then dashed to pieces because of stupid people. Filmmaker Richard Kuta has been working on an animated film based on the series known commonly to fans as Sonic SatAM, and has recently received approval for the project from lolcow Animation. Richard Kuta is not a filmmaker. What films has he made? None. Not a zero zip zilch. He's just a guy who has a dream. That's it. He's not made a single film. He is not a filmmaker. He's never even written anything above fanfiction or done anything in professional filming. After successful negotiations with Sega throughout last year, Cuda and his co-writer initially pitched the film to IDT Entertainment. Not true. Not true, not true. No negotiations were made at all. Cuda was in contact with someone at Sega who said he'd pass the idea along to Sega of Japan. And well, he did pass it along. The word that Cuda received was, if you can provide an animation team, a writing staff, storyboard editors, funding for the project, and basically the whole shinbang, we'll consider it. Not even, it'll be greenlit. They said that they'd think about it. Don't believe me? Think I'm exaggerating? Here's the message he got, which was the message we just read earlier. Now, let me explain what a pre-greenlit idea is. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing. There is no such thing as a pre-greenlight. Cuda took this as an, oh my god, we want to make your movie lol, and bragged to a bunch of Sonic places online. It wasn't until someone basically told him he had nothing at all, and showed him why, that Cuda backed down, and shut up for a bit, taking back everything he said. A green light is very unlikely now. The Sonic franchise is failing. Look at the numbers. How much does it cost for a CGI film to be made? At least 45 million. Sega does not have that kind of funding at all, and neither does Solka whatever films, and neither does Richard Kuta. Not only that, but Cuda has confirmed that the movie is not a SatAM movie, but rather a movie that uses all elements from the games, comics, and shows. So it's not a SatAM movie. Cuda is simply trying to be crowned before the race is over, and I'm getting tired of it. Everywhere I go, he's getting people's hopes up with his bullshit. His goddamn bullshit that I can prove, and I'm sick of having to deal with it. He's been told many times that he should not post any information until he has a contract with Sega, a signed contract, but instead he's getting people's hopes up high, and even his own. It's annoying. I'm tired of having to tell him not to post his bullshit until it's confirmed, but he just has to try and be, insert something here, I don't know what it said. He has to try and be some kind of hero that he's not. Cold? Yes, but I'm sick of putting up with it, unquote. Richard, however, did not take kindly to this, and did not heed her advice either on his continued talking on the project. In fact, he only really shut up about it whenever he was contacted by Sega themselves once again, with them making it perfectly clear that they had not relinquished legal consent for him to pursue the production of a Sonic movie, and it's not appropriate for him to suggest that Sega had done so, that they were simply interested in a possible collaboration of some sort. And this time, Richard would actually heed the advice and take a time of silence for quite some time. Still, word got around, and many people were discussing this Richard Kuta person who might have somehow gotten a deal with Sega to make a Sonic the Hedgehog movie, with many even coming to follow Richard Kuta over on his DeviantArt and the like, eager to possibly be able to help in his pursuit of this film. But then, the day came when the silence was finally broken, just around the time of Christmas Eve of 2007, when Rich would announce the terrible news regarding his future Sonic film endeavor. Quote, "I know I've been secret about this for a while, and even received backlash last year for it, but considering the recent events, I don't see the harm in coming clean. Sega of Japan finally made their response, but the situation is bittersweet. To avoid actually posting the entire email, I'll post an excerpt. I regret to inform you that we are already in talks with a third party for a production of a Sonic feature. We often receive an interesting offer for Sonic movies, whether directly or through Sega of America. Well, there you have it. Sega of Japan are in talks with a third party company regarding a feature film, but unfortunately, it will not involve me. However, I'd love to share the ideas I have for this movie and post the outlines, artwork, and script. If that's the case, I'll demote the script to fanfiction and have it freely distributed to fans. I've already begun the process, and all of the aforementioned film materials can be viewed here. This year, I can vouch that the film was pitched to Fox, DreamWorks, Sony, DeK, and Universal, who all expressed a high interest in the film, but apparently some other company has beaten me to the punch. The official script for the Sonic movie is now posted for the public eye as well, since it's now demoted to fanfiction. It's converted to PDF format, so you'll have to download Acrobat Reader to view it. Considering that it's a first draft, spelling and grammatical errors are expected. I didn't correct them since it would alter history, and the footprint I left in Hollywood. So with great pleasure, I present to you the first installment of the Sonic trilogy that Sega rejected, Sonic the Hedgehog: Secret of the Chaos Emeralds. So once again, the phrase third party rears its ugly head, and it does raise more questions. Does this mean a third party company associated with Sega? Are they referring to 4Kids Entertainment since they were recently involved with Sonic X? Will it be live action, CGI, or 2D? I honestly have no clue, but the fact that a Sonic movie is going to be made. I did remember that DeK was trying to contact them a couple months back, so I went ahead and left them a message. This was their reply: "It's not us. We'll try and find out who it is." Knowing that Japan has made their intentions clear, it leaves us Sonic fans pondering. Should we jump for joy or recoil in fear? Anyway, when I tried to inquire about the third-party company, Sega responded, "Dear Mr. Cuda, thank you for your mail. As we are bound by the confidentiality clause in the agreement, we cannot reveal the name of our partner at this point. At this point, all we can say is good luck to you and your future projects. We do not think we can discuss your Sonic project any further." In other words, game over for me and the arduous journey that I've traveled in the last 2 years. So I guess, be happy that a Sonic movie is happening? I don't know. I'm really depressed. Your comments are more than welcome since I want to make this film for the fans and not for the money, unquote. Now, if you haven't caught on to all of this yet, Richard Kuta claims that he, a nobody, a random Sonic fan with no background in film, no real portfolio to speak of, or any real reason for Sega to pay attention to his pitch whatsoever, claims that he not only did get Sega to respond to his inquiries about making a Sonic movie, not only did they take interest in the film project and his ideas as a whole, but he also got far enough to have been able to pitch the idea to several animation studios, with someone at Sega helping him along the way, only to finally be tail-ended due to Sega of Japan having no interest in his film project. Not because they didn't like it or thought that this was ridiculous, but because they decided to go with someone else instead. If all this seems a little bit far-fetched, trust me, you wouldn't be the only one to have thought so. However, there is evidence that this may all be 100% true, or at least partly. Why did you want to make a Sonic SatAM movie?
So back in 1998, the main writer of the show, Ben Hurst, announced his plans to revive SatAM for Season 3, but his backup idea was to pursue a feature film for either theatrical release or direct-to-video. And it completely blindsided the Sonic community since this news was just out of left field. So you can imagine how excited SatAM fans were at that time. I, for one, was just so excited that I managed to track his email and personally wish him luck and hope to someday work on a Sonic project like that. And a couple days later, I got this really kind response from him, basically telling me to stay dedicated to my goals, never let setbacks get you down, and fight for your ideas. And that advice has always resonated with me, and he became an inspiration for anything creative I was involved in. Now, flash forward to 2002, where fans got a devastating follow-up where the film was canceled, and of course this was later revealed due to the unprofessional nature of Ken Penders, who apparently collaborated with Ben Hurst, who basically sabotaged any effort with SatAM in general. Just any type of semblance of that medium ever coming back, and it's so depressing. But there's just so many video essays about that debacle, so I won't go into any gritty details regarding that since Ken Penders is a whole other topic. So yeah, we'll just leave it at that. But when I was a senior in college, the Sonic franchise was in its downslope. This was during the Shadow the Hedgehog Sonic 06 era, where the game started to take a turn for the worst, as well as the fan base. It was also when the Archie comics released that controversial issue of when Sally slapped Sonic, which ignited the Sally hate and shipping wars between her and Amy Rose and all that crap. And this dip in quality, or this dark period, made me reflect on Sonic's heyday, when again fans used to respect one another and could have their differences without this malicious behavior. And even though I was a graphic designer pursuing my career in digital design and multimedia, a part of me wanted me to branch out and flex my writing skills. And I felt that writing a summary for a potential Sonic movie would be the best way to start. Because they say when you start writing, use subjects that you're passionate about. Like a couple months prior to graduation, I finished this trilogy outline that chronicled Sonic's origin story involving the SatAM lore. Because while Archie did provide a backstory, I wanted to focus strictly on SatAM because the comics trailed off into its own thing like a couple of years after the show was even canceled. Now, when I graduated, I had this newfound motivation in life as a graphic designer and aspiring writer. So now that I had a completed synopsis for a potential Sonic movie trilogy, I knew I had to contact Ben Hurst, just to inform him of my endeavors and just to catch him up, since I was only in high school when I sent him that fanboy email years back. So it was so endearing that he not only remembered me, but our email conversations evolved into phone conversations. And I felt horrible about this failed attempt in getting a SatAM movie off the ground, especially due to the ineptitude of how Penders handled it. So I told him of my plans and hoped that we could somehow collaborate and give his dream project another shot. And while he appreciated the gesture, he politely declined and said the whole experience burned him out and he didn't want to deal with Sega anymore, and that's understandable. And I guess this is where the passing of the torch comes into play, since he gave me his blessing in trying to accomplish what he couldn't. Now, mind you, I was 24 with no studio or Hollywood experience aside from the freelance projects I was involved in for various companies and gaming and music. So this whole pursuit was incredibly ambitious. But it was just something I wanted to do, and since I was young at the time, I wanted to do something that was a little bit more out of my league, so I wouldn't have something I would regret, like in later years or anything. Plus, what better way to begin post-college life than to launch into developing an animated film based on a childhood icon, right?
Were you really able to pitch this movie concept / pitch of yours to the likes of Fox, DreamWorks, and Deke Entertainment, etc.?
As a matter of fact, yes, but Universal too, since they were the ones who jumped on board. But yeah, it was done through the appropriate steps once Sega of America gave their approval to seek out studio interest. But let's rewind just a bit, since my initial contact with Sega was surprisingly smooth. The licensing department arranged a meeting with me, and I met with Robert Leffler and at the defunct San Francisco branch. It was a 2-hour presentation where I discussed the current status of Sonic's popularity, basically. How SatAM fans are clamoring for a revival, how incorporating the Freedom Fighters and the SatAM lore could take the franchise in a better direction, and so forth. And about a month later, I get a call from Robert stating that they wanted to present my idea to their Japanese branch, and they'd circle back once they'd got any type of info. And to my chagrin, I get an email from Robert stating that Sega of Japan is interested, and they provided this huge laundry list of stipulations in order for them to officially greenlight it. So basically, they wanted to know if the film would be animated, what actors would be involved, that typical stuff. So with Sega's blessing, I set forth on this audacious quest and began my journey. And there's documented evidence that chronicles this. So there are receipts that I made available for everyone online if they want to seek it out.
How? For someone with no background in film or really any of that whatsoever, how did you get that far?
I'm glad you asked that. So after the positive reception from Sega, I called up Ben and told him I was successful in getting Sega's approval to move forward. And Ben was well aware of my lack of feature film experience or even any type of reputable production background. But considering that I somehow managed to exceed his efforts, he instructed me on the steps I needed to take to even get acknowledged from like a Hollywood studio. And this involved putting together a pitch package. So like designing character models, writing the movie treatment, and most importantly, hiring an agent. So throughout 2006 through early 2007, I started recruiting other people to assist me with the character art and such, while I was designing the presentations and posters using my graphic design skills. But on top of that, I was constantly scouting around for an agent to represent me in this project. And I was fortunate enough to answer the call from someone who was emphatically interested, since they actually believed in my Sonic project and they felt that a movie was long overdue. And by the summer of 2007, I was finally prepared with all the necessary materials needed with my reputation to get me in the studio doors. So I definitely did my homework.
What do you think Sega of America and several animation studios took interest in your project? Were you just a really good salesman, or was it just kind of right place at the right time, etc.?
I can be persuasive when a situation calls for it, but I like to assume it was a combination of many things aligning at the perfect time, since it was pitched during Sega's experimental phase when they were receiving backlash for lack of quality control and their questionable business practices, while the fan base was basically turning against each other over this division between classic versus modern. And I feel, coming from someone expressing genuine concern for their mascot, it probably struck a chord with them, especially when you're doing a face-to-face interaction with Sega associates and they're witnessing this zealous energy from an older Sonic fan who happens to have the knowledge and foresight on how to improve their franchise. But then again, it all could have just been luck. So who knows what really happened? I'm just glad that it did.
A fair amount of the community of FUS didn't think that it was real, and that Rich was doing all this for attention. However, Rich was not without supporters by now, as many had attached hope to their beloved show coming back through Richard's movie, at least through some form, and hearing about his plight seemed just believable enough to them. Now, depending on what you choose to believe, either Cuda was an absolutely crazy son of a bitch and actually pestered enough people at Sega that he had managed to get through to someone in 2006. Sega of America arranged a meeting. He proceeds to have all his concept art commissions, drafts upon drafts of scripts written, storyboards made, presentations and concept pitches made, all of which are actual things that you can read. If nothing else, those are very much real. So Sega of America approves his idea, relays the concept to Sega of Japan. Sega of Japan expresses interest in 2007 by stipulation that they need certain requirements before they officially approve anything, i.e. wanting a big budget studio with reputable actors for the film, as well as all the other stuff that I just mentioned that Cuda had to make in between that time. And so Richard Kuta would have had to have made all that stuff / commissioned artists for it, as well as hired an agent, invested his entire summer traveling to 6 different studios for pitch presentations, with Universal Pictures in conjunction with Deke Entertainment jumping on board that fall. Then, Universal arranged a collaborative meeting with Deke, Sega of America, and Sega of Japan on a conference call. Sega of Japan then rejects the idea since they claim that they are working on their own film. Universal and Sega of America try to negotiate, but it's to no avail. In this version of the story, Cuda put all of his life into this project for about a year, had managed to get at least some interest at Sega going before, then, admittingly and realistically, being given the cold shoulder by Sega of Japan when they said that they had their own movie going on, which they may or may not have actually been lying about, but regardless, that's the story. Now, the other version of the story, if you choose to not believe Richard Kuta, is that Richard Kuta never got that far with Sega of America, and instead lied about most of this. He did commission the artist and created all the other stuff like the scripts and concepts, but it was all for a non-existent project. He faked business cards and took pictures of himself outside of major animation studios that I showed you earlier as all being part of a greater lie, to use the fan base's desperation for any sort of news about their forgotten show against them, effectively manipulating some to his side in what could only be called a Sonic fanbase power move, I guess. And I think a lot of people tend to feel that it's the latter that's more true than the former. But mind you, Cuda has showcased a lot of evidence that these meetings did in fact happen. Or he created a very convincing story with a ton of fake evidence to back up his lie. So, where does the truth lie? Well, there is something interesting about Cuda's claims, in that he notes that Sega in 2007 were already working on their own Sonic movie, which is interesting because something like that was indeed going on at Sega at the time, but that may not include the whole story. You see, Sonic SatAM had a few writers on board, but the man behind all the most famous and plot-relevant episodes of the series is the American writer Ben Hurst. Following the cancellation of Sonic SatAM, Ben Hurst became active in the Sonic fandom, posting on websites such as Saturday Morning Sonic and FUS, revealing information about his plans for the unproduced 3rd season of the show, what it would have entailed, what big plot points would have happened, giving fans at least a taste of the season that could have been. But before he ended up doing any of that, he had first originally intended to have the 3rd season come out possibly as a movie, something which he noted back in 1998 in the following quote: "It tugs at my heart every time I hear people lamenting the lack of a 3rd season of Sonic, because like many of you, I became deeply involved in the lives and adventures of these Sonic characters. It is my dream to bring the storylines which were left unfinished in the 2nd season to their final conclusion, and I'm working now to bring that to pass, though it is an uphill road, and I'm afraid my chances of success are slim. Nonetheless, I'm going to give it my best shot. Believe me, I want to see this as much as all those here who share the love of SatAM Sonic. I'm happy to see so many sharing a passion for a simple blue hedgehog. I'm thinking more along the lines of a feature film, or direct-to-video movie featuring Sonic characters from the cartoon and completing the storylines developed in the second season. There is no third season scripts. The only thing in existence is the sketch that I did of the third season. There are many twists and turns that I shouldn't disclose, just in case my efforts towards continuing these characters and storylines is successful. But if I can't get anything moving on this project, I will reveal them or possibly write them into a profic, as it has been called by someone, unquote. Sadly though, this effort would not go through, but not for lack of trying on Ben Hurst's part, that the whole thing's a rather sad and rather disgusting story. As quoted from the Sonic News Network wiki on the topic, quote, "The late Ben Hurst, one of the writers of the Sonic the Hedgehog television series, attempted to pitch a continuation of the show in 2002, either in the form of a third season or a movie. At this point, MGM had given the film rights for Sonic the Hedgehog back to Sega after Sonic the Hedgehog Wonders of the World was cancelled, which by the way was a completely different canceled Sonic movie where he would jump out of the TV and meet up with a boy and they would go on adventures together, I guess. Hurst consulted with Deke Entertainment about his plans, and Deke gave Hurst the name of a Sega executive who wanted to talk with him more about his idea. Hurst then got a call from Ken Penders, the then head writer of the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic series, who had been alerted about Ben Hurst's interest in making a Sonic movie. Though Hurst offered Penders to include him in the effort and told him about his strategy, which involved developing a satisfying storyline to conclude the show while simultaneously giving Sega ideas for new games, Penders scrapped his attempt by claiming to Sega, later on, that Ben Hurst was trying to co-opt the franchise, which led Sega to dismiss Ben Hurst from the project. Penders would then pitch his own concept for a movie in September of 2003, unquote. Quite the slimy little weasel, huh? This effectively made sure that beloved writer Ben Hurst, the life force in many eyes for SatAM, would never have the chance at finishing his story. This would eventually lead to Ben Hurst giving up on the idea and just revealing all the story concepts and ideas he had over to the fans sometime later on. While Ken Penders, the man infamous for making all the Sonic characters have complex sex lives and making his entire comic a soap opera about relationship issues, completely nonsensical storylines, and random, really weird concepts, all of which, yes, was officially endorsed by Sega, might I add, and generally him being one of the most hated Sonic-related figures, had just gotten his chance to tell his own story for a Sonic movie entitled Sonic Armageddon, in which we actually have 4 pieces of concept art here, as well as this pitch trailer, which I'll go ahead and show you now.
They said it was just a video game, but I knew better. After all, my dad's job was to search for life on other planets. Although many versions of the events he witnessed made their way out into the media, that was just security doing its job. Like who could keep a secret that big, right? Anyway, this is what my dad said really happened. Whoa! This is way past cool!
Yeah, well, as you might have guessed, this film never came to be. The idea had apparently officially been dropped in 2007 though, due to a massive corporate upheaval, according to Ken Penders. But if Ken is to be believed, then his film would have been cancelled in 2007, at the exact same time that Cuda's film that he was also pitching and had actually even more stuff seemingly done than Ken Penders did, also cancelled in 2007. Now, all of this could be a pretty big coincidence, or Ken could be lying about the film ever having lasted that long. For all we know, it could have ended up being thrown out all the way back in 2003. Either way though, it could be more evidence towards Sega stepping away from the SatAM/darker stories related to Sonic. It is important to note that Sonic X had already come out by this point, to massive success, particularly in the West. So Sega of Japan might have also lost interest in both Ken Penders and Cuda's ideas for that reason. Seeing all the characters from SatAM and the Archie comics is kind of not worth exploring anymore. This might have also coincided to some degree with the release of Sonic 06, which was lambasted mostly for being a really buggy and glitchy game, but it was also mocked for its over-serious, some would say, story. And after its release, Sega kind of went out of their way to make basically every Sonic game for the next several years kind of the complete opposite of Sonic 06 if they could, with much more lighthearted stories and nowhere near serious stuff, which both Cuda and Ken Penders were pitching much more serious takes on the franchise. All of which could be theoretical evidence towards Cuda that goes beyond just his own word and evidence that he can provide. Sega was obviously looking for some way for Sonic to be a movie for quite some time, and this much we definitely know, with how many cancelled pitches there ended up being over the years that have since come to light. Maybe they truly were open to hearing every idea available, including possibly Richard Kuta's. I mean, after all, if Kuda's story is taken at face value, basically he got a rare chance to talk to some bigwigs about a movie concept he had, before they then slammed the door in his face. If you look at it from that perspective, it's really not so outrageous of a claim, but I suppose I'll leave it up to you to believe it or not. But, needless to say, after Kuda's long message to the community about his failed film project, many actually did feel bad for him, and, at the very least, were a little more eager to read his script than what concept art he had commissioned by popular artists within the fandom for the film. However, as these concepts were slowly revealed, more controversy would spring up. Artist Psyonix came forward and claimed that the design they had for the movie for Dr. Robotnik looked eerily similar to his design of the character that he was using for his own personal Sonic SatAM project, posting a side-by-side comparison. Most might assume that Rich would simply cite Psyonix's design as maybe being a possible inspiration for his own, and leave it at that. But instead, he fervently denied having any prior knowledge of Psyonix's design idea, seemingly taking it as an attack on his character, despite Psyonix's polite tone. Many were quick to point out that on the forum posts where Psyonix had posted his art before of Dr. Robotnik, sonmanic could be found lurking there and commenting on the posts. When faced with this undeniable evidence, Rich pointed the blame to the character sheet artist, Rog Ferreras. However, Rog was not about to take the fall for Rich, which I won't read the whole thing here, but the long and short of it is that basically Rog was told directly by Richard Kuta to use Psyonix's design as inspiration for his design for the movie, even noting how it seems like the perfect envision he had for the character. This, as you might imagine, did not go over well, and having his own team lay out his lies bare, Before the fanbase, site admin Prime thanked Rog for calling out Rich and being honest, something which Rich didn't take too well to. Quote, "Thanks for clearing that up, Rog Ferreras. And once again, it's been proven that sonmanic Richard Kuta, a aknotholeresident, is nothing but a lying scumbag since the beginning. The guy has been lying through his fucking teeth, unable to keep any story straight. But this is low, claiming to have never seen the Robotnik design from mine and Nexus project. But there we have the artist of the piece that started this whole problem, Rog Ferreras, actually coming here and telling us that he did send Nexus Robotnik design to him. Then Rich throws hissy fits, stamps, and shouts because we accuse him of doing something he didn't. Oh wait, he did actually do. That's low. Just so fucking low. He shouts and claims he had never seen the image before, but now that Rog Ferreras has told us sonmanic sent him that art, it's all like, hey guys, guess what? I just remembered I did see Nexus design, and told Rog Ferreras to rip it off. Man, I'm such an idiot for forgetting. We cool on this? Screw you, sonmanic. You ain't nothing but a filthy piece of dried up dog crap. This is just one more addition to the list of shit you've pulled, and you wonder why people give you such a hard time. Maybe it's time you quit living in fucking fantasy land and accept the fact that you need to get your shit together. Maybe if you weren't so messed up in the head, people wouldn't give you such a hard time. And I don't mean the people just here, I'm talking about most of the whole Sonic fan community. To which Richard responded, I think it's best if I just renounce my fandom for Sonic and just move on. Defending myself is obviously not going to mend for all the minor details that get misunderstood, or in this case details blanked from memory due to being swamped with work. But yeah, I'm tired of causing turmoil even though I have good intentions. This project was supposed to unite the fanbase, and knowing that it will never see the light of day, I consider it my swan song, and will move forward with something else. I smell bullshit. The fandom didn't need reuniting. Not from the likes of you anyway. Just do us all a favor and get the hell out of here. Quit making up excuses since it's been proven by others that you're a liar with serious problems. Whatever. This is the last thing I need on Christmas. I won't be posting here anymore." Unquote. Mind you, while this was all going on, Rich would also go on to rant about how he feels the fanbase doesn't appreciate all the hard work that he's done for them and trying to get this movie made, doesn't recognize him for any of the talents or effort that he puts in, always looking for another way to bring him down. And most of all, how angry he was that they continued to not believe him that he went to all these movie studios, and even if he failed, that he had at least gotten somewhere at some point. Quote, "With all the evidence publicly laid out on the table, it's amazing how you can still turn the other cheek and deny its existence. Studios don't permit visitors or tourists to pitch films, contrary to what you all believe. It's not easy to obtain a studio pass, unless you have an agent or some type of representative. I'm very fortunate that an agency was so impressed with my project that they immediately jumped on board. The highest of compliments I've received outside of my freelancing. I busted my ass putting this project together, and you have no concept of what I experienced in the past couple of years. I wrote outlines, a 130-page script, designed pitch presentations, posters, and so much more. My agents demanded a lot of me since they believed in my efforts, and since Hollywood is fast-paced, deadlines had to be honored. The aforementioned artists were promised compensation and a potential job if everything went accordingly. Chad only managed to finish a fraction of the model sheets since he was tied up with his job, but he gave me permission to use them. Kim was there for support, and I even tried to get her a storyboard position with the studio that agreed to produce the film, because I loved her sketches. As for Rog, there still is payment owed, since he managed to complete all the character model sheets as requested. Not to me, but from my agents. I was only acting as their mouthpiece to get everything completed for the studio meetings, since I was under contract. Hollywood is a harsh, fast-paced business. If you can't keep up, you're left in the dust. And Joan, I take deep offense to your comment, because I have battle sores from my recent defeat, which are still healing. The only thing you have to expose is how much of a biased, colossal douche you are being. Instead of spreading accusations without further backup, get your facts straight, because I'm growing weary of constantly untangling this web of confusion. After all, the blood, sweat, and tears I invested, that right there is a clear indication of caring for the community. I had practically had a posse on my side. Studios, representation, agents, artists, friends, and family. With all their assistance, credit would be appropriately due since they're the reason why this project almost came to fruition. I'm not conceited, nor have I ever been. I'm just ambitious and motivated, that's all. Check my DA site, and all the artwork has the proper credit given to the person that helped. You must have your own definition of the word care, because it doesn't necessarily mean to sit on the sidelines and just accept everything that happens. Sometimes it means donating your own time and even money to improve it, which is what I attempted to do. It was my own sacrifice, and I have no regrets for it. If I really didn't care about the community, I would have left 7 years ago and moved on to a new hobby. I can't give a shit about what the naysayers think, because Sonic has always been a passion of mine, and I despise the way Sega has been treating their mascot this decade. I initiated this project 2 years ago, and you have no clue on how staggering the process was. Open your myopic eye and realize that I'm just a fan that conveyed a strong enough devotion to pour my leisure time and finances into something I still believe in. There were no perks to this. I spent my own savings on travel, hotel stay, materials, and more. Not to mention, this was all happening while I was writing, designing, and attending scheduled meetings. Don't you dare say that I was doing nothing to contribute. With that said, I hope this clears the air of my past intentions. Believe what you want, because I might as well be talking to a brick wall, unquote. This rant was only met with more people accusing him of lying even more, and of him having an egotistical attitude, which only made Richard even angrier. Bullshit. Through and through. You never mentioned anything about giving artists compensations until now, and even then on AIM. It was from my own pocket. Now suddenly you say that an agency will be doing the compensations? If you're going to lie, at least try and stick to one consistent story. Oh wait, you claim that you were able to get Chad a job as an animator in Deke, yet you are unable to provide a proposition as to how you are able to do that. You claim to have worked your ass off on the script, but you fail to explain how the writing quality on it is on par with the cesspool of fanfiction.net, complete with headbangers and careless grammatical errors. You keep making claims, and each time you fail to deliver. Don't be surprised if most of us aren't inclined to believe you anymore. I'm a douche? Pot kettle black. It took Cyanex 2 times to present his evidence of plagiarism before you addressed it, and you denied that there's any proof even after Cyanex posted his proof the first time. You must think that Ben fucking Hurst going on about how much you contributed to the fandom, eh? You are fucking pissed about this? Well, tough titty, unless you decide to actually do some honest work for once. People will call you out for it, and no amount of weaving a web of lies to cover your ass will change that. You tried to fool Kiona. Who knows who you will try to sink your claws into next. Please move on. Go away and never come back. You are more of a liability to the fandom than an asset, to which Cuda responded, and with that, I'm through dealing with your stubborn ass. You obviously haven't looked through the materials I posted or even read my recent post. Your blind hatred is just disgusting, and I stand my ground when I reiterate on how insulted I feel when you claim that I haven't done any honest work, when the proof is in your goddamn face. I run an honest business and would never jeopardize my integrity for any circumstance. The only reason you take your aggression on me and this movie is because my name is attached to it. If it was done by anyone else, you'd be creaming your pants in joy. I'm sick of being profiled, and if I honestly have to, I'll provide the contact info of all the documents and people that contributed, signed contracts, letters from the studio executives, agents, studios, artists, but it really shouldn't have to come to that, since I actually respect people and their time they put in for something they basically volunteered for. Continue the slings and arrows if you wish, but I already voiced my side here with proof at my disposal, unquote. However, as the days went on, and as Christmas came to its bitter end for Richard Kuta. I think he must have realized that the walls were all closing in on around him, and now pretty much everyone on the website was convinced that he was a liar, a plagiarizer, and overall someone who just simply cannot be trusted. And so, even with everything that he had supposedly done, from the script, the concept art, all this stuff, even if that were all 100% real and true, the entire story, the truth is, FUS were never, ever going to respect him. And so the following would be his final post on the website. Quote, "With only a few minutes remaining on Christmas, I'd like to be blunt about the entire situation. You people have no idea how much trouble I went through with this movie. I wrote the 130-page script myself using my own ideas. I spent my own money traveling to LA for pitch meetings, including cab fare, airline, and hotel stay. My fresh, in-blood friends and family can vouch on that, and I still have the receipts. Yes, I did hire Rog, Kim, and Chad as my artists, and I sincerely forgot about using Nexus's drawing as a reference. I'm an honest and caring person, and even with my failed efforts, the least you people can do is give gratitude, because I donated 2 years of my life on this potential film. If you're true fans, show your support or at least give me the benefit of the doubt, as my family did tonight. Good job, at least you tried, or even though you failed, we still love you. I was in tears tonight revealing my defeat to my family, because they have followed me every step of the way. With only a handful of online support, my family and friends are the only ones who know what I've endured. You all create allegations of me before even knowing me in person, or for that matter, the actual events that took place. After all the struggle and pain I went through with this project, it really makes me question the fandom. Whether you believe me or not is your own opinion, but I swear to God and all that is holy that I did not use anyone, and I was hugely involved with the project's development. I didn't just sit back and do nothing. I was working on this film consistently, sacrificing time that can be used for other things. A project requires teamwork, and drawing isn't really my strong suit, so yes, I recruited artists to get the work done, while I was writing a 6-page treatment and a 130-page script. I will say it again and scream it from the highest mountain. This film was for the fans, because I care and have a generous good nature. Judge me if you wish, or as you have in the past. But I know in my fucking heart that I deeply care about the Sonic fandom, and I want it to prosper. I'm a man that's dedicated to my work, and have never justified the integrity of the business I run. Want references? I can provide them. That's all I have to say, and I apologize if I'm venting, but it really irks me when people make assumptions of people without actually knowing them. If you still find this hard-working graphic designer to be ill of his word, then I await your wrath." Unquote. And, in the end, by the evening of December 26th of 2007, admins Sonicus Prime, who had been one of the ones calling out Rich over his claims, and Rocky Raccoon did what they felt was best for the community, and banned Richard Kuta once again, with Prime saying, quote, "Okay, time to get this sorted. Sonmanic, aka aknotholeresident, aka Richard Kuta, aka whatever the hell you want to be called these days, you are banned for like the 13th time. And this time, maybe you could do us a favor and keep it that way? No ban jumping like you did before. Please? Okay? Thanks. Plus, this topic is now closed." Unquote. Many rejoiced in Cuda, or a knothole resident at this point, once again being exiled from FUS, while some of his supporters tried to fight tooth and nail to get him to come back, leading to Rocky Raccoon making a public post on the site's homepage, announcing Sonmanic's ban for plagiarism, which only infuriated Rich more. Rocky and Sonicus Prime would then ban anyone who fought the ban or for Cuda in general, and any alts of Cuda as well. And with that, the battle of FUS, as far as Richard Kuta was involved, was finally over. But the war, however, was far, far from over. Richard expressed his frustration for the FUS website and the general Sonic fanbase over at another, less popular Sonic SatAM website called Saturday Morning Sonic, owned by Porpoise Muffins, someone who had taken Rich's side back over on FUS, and was more than happy to have Rich take refuge over on his site. Rich would make several posts about Prime, Rocky Raccoon, and the website's community at large, calling them malicious, stubborn, close-minded fascists that can go rot in the ninth realm of hell for all he cares, and he was overall happy he left the site for good. However, news of this shit-talking eventually got back to Sonicus Prime, and under the username Instrument of Destruction over at Saturday Morning Sonic's forums, would be more than happy to argue with Cuda on the topic, as well as remind him that he didn't, in fact, leave, but was kicked yet again. Quote, "I would like to clearly point out that you didn't leave. You were kicked out yet again for what seems like the 6th time. You were kicked out for taking a design of Robotnik from an FUS member, then commissioned an artist to copy that design with a few small changes, claimed you forgot and tried pinning the blame on the artist you hired. Then when the artist revealed the truth, you pulled the oops, that memory of mine trick, and it wasn't merely a one-time incident, but more like a list of incidents longer than my arm. I'd like to list them here, but I'd only make you look more like a fool than you've done to yourself. And from what I recall, FUS did its fair share of input for the actual DVD box set. FUS doesn't push its way on people. We kick out those who don't follow the rules, and you couldn't follow the rules, even if you had the guide for dummies on you. Once again, you still wish to live in Fantasyland, and make stuff up as you go along. And for the long 6 to 7 years I can remember, the only tard in that place was you. Believe what you will, but all I know is that FUS's perception of me is false, and always has been, unless you actually take the time to get to know me instead of profiling me, is probably the attitude they'll continue to have. You guys will obviously never understand me, and I've come to terms with that, so at least FUS can do is acknowledge my effort in trying to unite the Sonic fandom. And I recently noticed am banned once again for expressing a deep devotion for something that I hold dear to me. What the fuck is FUS's problem? Anyway, there's no point in arguing since everyone there looks down upon me. I will say this since you made your presence known. At least I got off my ass, spent my own money and donated my time to fly to LA for pitch meetings, so don't you dare tell me I'm living in Fantasyland. Do you honestly think I have nothing better to do with my time than to orchestrate an intricate plan such as flying to LA and faking my intentions by posing in front of studios that I visited? I've already explained myself several times, and apparently none of it has gotten through their heads. After all the crap I've been through, I at least deserve gratitude for at least trying to unite the fanbase, not a bashing or a banning. FUS's policies will continue to baffle me, as well as their integrity. Even though I stand here with wounds of my travels, you'd still deny my story. I just now found out that I was banned. Typical FUS, unquote. This would lead to a heated back and forth between the two that would eventually come to a standstill, both sides clearly getting nowhere. Things seemed to then settle down for just a little while, before a month later, when Rich would be interviewed by Porpoise Muffins in an attempt at damage control and clarification, which only served to piss everyone off yet again. Because as you might imagine, there was a lot of crossover between FUS's forum users and Saturday Morning Sonic's forum users, and so a lot of them just got tired of seeing Richard Kuta, his whole movie project, and all of this drama being brought up time and time again. This would eventually lead to a few people on the website threatening Richard Kuta with what was at the time a very serious nuclear bomb to his life online. They threatened to create an Encyclopedia Dramatica article about all this drama and supposed lies he has spread over his time online, as well as a few embarrassing secrets of his that those that he got close to personally learned of, that the general public had not yet learned of. This caused Rich to begin furiously ranting about how angry he is at not only the Sonic fanbase, but Sega as well, citing Japan as being too xenophobic to see the talents of the American Sonic creators, and how he was going to finally leave this fanbase for good, with Porpoise Muffins once again coming to Rich's defense. Quote, well, you know what? The movie is going to fail anyway. Japan is too xenophobic, and the fanbase nitpicks at every inaccuracy that isn't canon to their beloved subdivision. At this point, I'm very skeptical of anything happening. So you know what? My departure was in good timing. How am I crying for sympathy if I'm leaving the fanbase? Why can't you get it through your head? I quit, I resign, and Sonic is dead to me. Okay? Now leave me alone. I just have to respond to this. Japan isn't xenophobic in the least. They just have quality standards. Sega of Japan is incredibly picky about what gets in and what doesn't. That's true. I wouldn't call Japan xenophobic. Sonic politics are more complicated, but I still don't think it's xenophobia. Rather, prior animosities between branches of control and whatnot. It's not just with Sega. It's with all Japan-related businesses. I know because my dad used to work for a Japanese company for a couple years. In that time, he noticed that only the Japanese employees got promoted and he didn't. He used to complain about this, and one day he even asked one of his fellow co-workers why he never gets promoted. The answer, he wasn't Japanese. They follow a strict sense of cultural pride, and their standards are very narrow. It may seem racist, but unfortunately it's the truth, and there's a clear indication of this relating to Sega, unquote. Sometime later, after the thread and the Encyclopedia Dramatica page eventually going up, Rich would attempt once more to contact Sega of Japan with his Sonic movie pitch, only to fail once more. Once again, citing Sega of Japan's supposed xenophobia for why they didn't accept his film's proposal, ending his rant with a call to action to spam Sega's email and threatening to drop docs on the Sega employees involved with his rejection. This unbelievably insipid and childish response was, of course, met with failure once again. Encyclopedia Dramatica, or ED, was first created on December 10th of 2004, and at the time, especially around 2006, the wiki would become infamous for documenting interesting individuals online. Now these days, people usually go to the Kiwi farms for their gossip on the latest interesting internet individuals. But back in the day, ED was the premier place for this type of content, which of course brings us back to Cuda. With the advent of Cuda's ED page, quite a few things about his personal life, albeit parts he himself shared online and other places, were spread around for all the Sonic fanbase, and soon even the general internet populace to see. In fact, I believe at one point, Cuda's page was actually featured on the front page of the site, which given the context was quite bad for dear old Cuda. The first, and without a doubt, most infamous piece of Rich's personal life would be his Diaper space page, with his initial post there being, quote, "For the past few weeks I've been reluctant about joining this community, not because I'm paranoid of my information leaking out to the public, but what type of characters I might encounter. So far it seems to be a tame place and very welcoming. I love how the layout is similar to MySpace, only it caters to ABs and DLs. Anyway, I'm seeking any ABs that are within my proximity, especially females. Even though the AB community is mostly gay, I'm still open to accept online friendships as long as those people behave. I've had a few bad experiences in real life, and it's made me a bit hostile towards aggressive gay men. Anyway, I look forward to your responses, and hopefully we can meet and have fun together," unquote. For those of you who are not aware, Diaperspace.com was a social media network for diaper lovers, and the ABDL, or Adult Baby Diaper Lovers community. Adult baby diaper lovers are individuals, statistically usually male, who find enjoyment in wearing diapers. This enjoyment is usually sexual in nature, though there are some that argue otherwise. With the process of wearing diapers, setting up a nursery and acting like a baby, feeling like a calming escape from reality. Well, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole or play armchair psychologist about this, frankly, very strange behavior. It's important to understand that this turned out to be an important aspect of Richard Kuta's life. but one that came to much embarrassment to him during these days, when it was first exposed via Encyclopedia Dramatica, since he really wanted to be taken seriously as an artist, a graphic designer, and potential director or writer. And well, that was just not going to happen if you also post yourself wearing diapers and acting like a baby elsewhere online. So, I gotta ask, why do you wear diapers?
Well, it's just part of the ABDL culture. You see, diapers represent the innocence of childhood and the security that we long for, since it's an article of clothing that's not only comforting, but it's also convenient. And aesthetically speaking, the designs on them are kind of cute since they're reminiscent of actual baby diapers. But I know there's a lot of confusion when it comes to ABDLs, but I'll clarify that to me, it's not a fetish. While it can be for some, most treat it as a lifestyle, which is what I do. So kind of think of it as roleplay that you commit to on a daily basis. So I guess that's the abridged version of it.
Several not safe for YouTube videos and pictures were shared of Cuda in a diaper, among other things on this site, and ED page by extension. The ED page also gave screenshots to Rich's OkCupid page and MySpace pages, which revealed more of who the man behind all this SatAM forum infamy really was, and notably, how lonely he currently was. Quote, Valentine's Day, a secular holiday fabricated by the greeting card industry that only contributes to my emotional affliction. How can someone maintain a positive spirit when couples are making out a few yards shy of you? Or how commercials are constantly endorsing jewelry and painting a delusional picture of what the happy relationship is supposed to act like? I, for one, am too familiar with this territory, especially since I've never been fortunate enough to experience true love. My perception of the opposite sex has significantly lowered, considering the amount of times my emotions have been toyed with in recent years. The feeling of deception and exploitation is something that has unfortunately been involved with my love life, and I intend to break this pattern. Friendship is all well and good, but I'm ready to settle down with a special someone, seeking more than just a buddy. Someone who displays true compassion and affection without hesitation. I desire to be with someone that's supportive, understanding, and looking for a man that's generous, intelligent, considerate, an all-around fun person. It would be comforting to be with someone that's smart, but not vacuous, kind, but not conceited. It's not much of a demanding trait, if you think about it. Anyway, here's a brief description of me. My name is Rich, 26 years old, Caucasian, and resides in Concord. I'm about average height, slender built, black hair, brown eyes, and black thick glasses. My hobbies include music, art, video games, movies, waxing nostalgia, or just going out for a good time. My ideal partner would reflect similar qualities. Single, slender built, with less vanity issues. If you find the aforementioned information relating to your desires, or if you just want to chat, feel free to contact me. I apologize if this proposal isn't romantic, but it's hard to wear a Prozac smile on this depressing holiday when my heart has been shattered a million times. I thank you in advance for picking up the pieces though, unquote. Oh my fucking god. While his romantic endeavors were certainly not very fruitful at this time for reasons that might be a bit obvious to some, I did find this MySpace post he made back in May of 2007 to be of particular interest. As with a little bit more context, we can kind of deduce that some of this is clearly about his project in making a Sonic movie, this being before the entire thing fell through, back when there was some hope for the whole thing. And I do feel as though this little MySpace post says a lot about Richard Kuta as a person and his mindset overall. It reading, quote, Last night, while taking a shower, I sat there in the corner, hunched in the fetal position. I was honestly paralyzed with a symphony of emotions. The water droplets continued to rain on me as I watched them trickle down my body and into the drain. What I acknowledge from this common perpetual action is how it related to my current situation. Are my goals and ambitions just a product of my own childhood delusions? Constantly coaxing through my my mind, yet passively circling the drain of rejection. Was this where my life was heading if I didn't take control of it? I continued to contemplate the direction of my career path and what the possible results would be if I fully pursued. The road I've traveled has been a treacherous one, yet I still persist in my meandering trek, overcoming certain obstacles that stand before me. Advancing to new territory is what honestly makes the journey exciting. Conversing with different people, acquiring new knowledge, or just embracing the minor achievements that were contributed to those fellow people. Though I show great appreciation for their work, I feel that I'm idly standing by that hollow doorway to where my primary objective lies. I come prepared, my arsenal of materials in hand with steady confidence intact. What I require to gain access is a person that's well familiar with the natives that dwell within, someone who can articulate their language and fully comprehend the ideas that I come to bestow. Confliction is what holds me back from scouring the interwebscape for this noble accomplice. My dilemma can be illustrated with a flip of a coin. One side represents success, and the other is failure. As it's tossed in the air, I can't help but ponder on what side it will land on. Let's consider the two, shall we? Success. Will this lead to greater things? Exposing my creative talent to the masses? Will I be blinded by my own fame? Will I be opted to conform to a certain personality and lifestyle? Will I still communicate with the people that have initially supported me since the day I learned to walk? Failure. Is this freelancing garbage going to be my only source of survival? Will I end up degrading myself to work at a local eatery just to pay the rent? Am I doomed to despondently roam the earth forever, seeking that big break? Is it possible that I can still be a contributing member of society while maintaining my dignity and creativity? I guess it's well indicated that no matter what the outcome is, I'm still fucked. All I can say in response is that these are queries that only destiny can answer, and what I've realized is that I should prepare for the inevitable transformation of my career. Geez, when is that coin going to land? Unquote. All of this, both all the perhaps somewhat inspiring details, as well as all of the very, very embarrassing details of this Encyclopedia Dramatica article, told a story. One of a feverish Sonic fan trying to get a movie pitch to Sega and failing, arguing with the majority of the community, sporting a rather pompous attitude most of the time, secretly posting pictures of himself wearing diapers online, writing what many people would call desperate posts for female attention on his social media, and being an extremely reactive and argumentative person, all added up after a while, as well as posting his deep personal thoughts that, while poignant, none would ever care to take seriously now. And soon word of this man began to spread around online, which of course the community of Encyclopedia Dramatica ate up, him being yet another case of a Sonic fan making a fool of himself online. Another case like that of Chris Chan or Spax 3. Why, Richard Kuta was even branded by the site as a lolcow, which, as quoted by the site itself, was defined then as a victim of a flame war who can't help but be milked for lols time and time again. They have a compulsive need to give up as many laughs as possible at their own expense despite themselves. A good flame warrior can turn even the most dignified poster into a lolcow, dehumanizing them every step of the way. For some unknown reason, with only a few exceptions, the lolcow cannot break this cycle and regain their humanity. The most wonderful examples of lolcows are when the lolcow initially tried to set themselves up as a formidable internet entity. A certain dwarf attempted to set himself up as the king of trolls, but was soon turned into a lolcow by nearly everybody on the internet. Despite his moves of protest and his claims of the greatest of minds, nearly everybody milks him for what they can get, and that is usually quite a bit, unquote. If it wasn't obvious, lolcows at the time tend to be people who argue with a large swarm of people, usually hunger for respect or attention of some kind, have failed at something or exposed themselves online for all to see, and don't seem to learn their best option is to just simply stop trying to save face and gain respect from those who will never, and I do mean never, give it to them, and should rather simply move on and away from that community. All of which, sadly, very much described Richard Kuta's actions over the last several years. And, because of this Encyclopedia Dramatica article, this would also cause Rich, for the time being, to hightail it off the internet for a bit, deleting most of his pages and associated social media, perhaps knowing full well when he was clearly defeated in more ways than one. Why do you think so many in the SatAM fandom turned you away and didn't believe you about your Sonic the Hedgehog movie pitch? Honestly.
I think it was ego combined with seeking validation, because the majority of the fanbase accused me of my movie efforts as a poor attempt to be accepted again in their group. And they're partly right. I spent years trying to redeem myself from my past transgressions, and the harder I tried, the worse I'd make the situation, because the way I came off made it sound desperate. And if I had the clairvoyance that I have today, I probably shouldn't have said anything and just brush it off as a personal failure instead of inviting other people into it.
So, with all this debate and drama over a Sonic movie pitch, some of you might be wondering, what exactly did it even entail? Well, I happen to have all the files and associated media connected with this would-be film project. Now keep in mind, some of this stuff would be edited later due to events we have yet to get to. But with that being said, there were 6 drafts made up of the script for the film, with the final one being around 104 pages long. There are character sheets which detail basic info about all the main and some of the side characters that will be featured in the movie. A film treatment was made. This is to say, a document which sums up what the hell the movie would be about in as short a burst of time as possible, while still being detailed enough to get a good picture of the plot and things of that sort. Later on, Rich would also have storyboards made for this film, though we'll get to that part of the story in a bit. But needless to say, with all of this, we can get a pretty clear picture of what Rich's dream movie at the time would have been like. Now, unlike Ben Hurst and frankly most of the Sonic SatAM fanbase, Rich's idea wasn't to just complete the Sonic SatAM story with a final film. No. This movie would have been a reboot, one that combines elements of the SatAM cartoon, the Archie comics, the video games, and elements from Cuda's own imagination. This was his idea to not only have these characters from the show back, which by this point, outside the Archie comics, they were largely forgotten by Sega, but also as a way to hopefully integrate them into the future video games, as he had big hopes about this film having game tie-ins, creating a new canon for the franchise, at a time when it had just suffered one of the worst years of the franchise's existence, with the release of Sonic 06, Sonic and the Secret Rings not really being all that much better, and Sonic on the GBA, all of which were either bad games or bad ports, almost universally hated and mocked by all, and would come to haunt the franchise forever after. On top of that, Rich actually had plans for not just this first film, but also a possible trilogy that he had outlined all the way back in 2005. But with that being said, what exactly was the plot of this movie or possible trilogy? Well, I'll start by reading you the movie treatment Cuda had that he claimed to have shown to a few animation studios, this one being specifically shown to Universal Studios. In this pitch, he essentially introduces the Sonic franchise to Universal Studios and gives a brief rundown of all the main characters in the plot, before then finally getting into the plot synopsis for the movie, which is the part I'll go ahead and read in full now. Quote, "In the not-so-distant future, a scientist by the name of Dr. Ivo Julian Quintobor holds a press conference in Station Square regarding a new energy source that will replace fossil fuels called Chaos Emeralds. These 7 fragments were discovered on a mysterious island that contained incredible power, with one major side effect, the ability to give animals super strength and hyper-intelligence. Now, Dr. Quintobor is aware of the consequences, but only concentrates on the fame his new discovery will bring him. But before he gets that opportunity, an escaped lab rat triggers the power of the emeralds, causing destruction in its path and leading to the annihilating of the human race. Dr. Quintobor evacuates the planet in a spaceship and returns after the dust settles. Given the understanding of Einstein's theory of relativity, he actually returns to Earth in the 33rd century, where anthropomorphic animals have become the dominant species, where they renamed the planet Earth to Mobius, which is defined as a new start. Revenge transforms to evil as Dr. Quintobor becomes Dr. Robotnik, continuing his relentless search for his precious emeralds, and utilizing his technological skill to create a robotic army to enslave the planet. 4 of said emeralds are now guarded in the utopian kingdom of Mobotropolis, ruled by the Acorn family. The other 3 are treasured by Sir Charles Hedgehog, a retired knight that served under King Acorn. Charles, or Chuck, relinquishes one of the emeralds to his 6-year-old nephew, Sonic the Hedgehog, who aspires to be just like his uncle, and proudly wears the fragment around his neck. Now, one day, Sonic and his friend Princess Sally are playing a harmless game of tag when they hear a commotion followed by screams of terror far off in the distance. Tragedy strikes. Dr. Quintobor launches a surprise attack amongst Mobotropolis for the selfish intent of retrieving his emeralds. An army of badniks attack citizens, level buildings, and capture prisoners. In the middle of all the panic, a baby two-tailed fox is rescued in a crossfire by Bunny Fields. Among all the carnage, Sonic's uncle leads the children on an exodus to a hidden refuge called Knothole Village, who is then captured and transformed into a robot. The poor children end up fending for themselves as they start a new life in solitude. Flash forward 10 years later, a more grown-up Sonic and Tails stumble upon a damaged robot deep in the forest, sporting Robotnik's insignia on it. In disbelief, Sonic gazes into the distance and sees a factory-like structure, warning Princess Sally and Bunny that their old enemy is still looming. As you see, Robotnik's intention for the Chaos Emeralds is to power his most deadliest weapon, the Death Egg, a large space station that's able to decimate an entire planet. But before his evil plan can come to fruition, Sonic and his friends storm Robotnik's fortress, overcoming great challenges, and experience personal tragedies along their journey. But with the help of his traveling companions, Sonic is victorious as he's able to harness the power of the Chaos Emeralds, becoming Super Sonic, defeating his egg-shaped foe and liberating Mobian citizens from tyranny. Now, did Robotnik survive his encounter with the speedy blue hedgehog? Well, our villain is now seen crawling out of a flaming wreckage of his Death Egg as it plummets from the sky and crashes onto Angel Island. He is then confronted by a red echidna named Knuckles. Robotnik cowers at Knuckles' threatening words. Who dares trespass on my sacred land? Conclusion, is this the end of our tale? Hopefully not, but it does leave the door open for potential sequels, advancing the story further, adapting more familiar characters and surrealistic landscapes, as this was originally written as an epic trilogy saga, so as you can tell, there's definitely room to explore more of Sonic's universe, which can ultimately bring future installments to the silver screen and appease fans of all generations." Unquote. Now, Cuda also wrote a 24-page film treatment in 2005 as well, which is just far too long for me to read in full here. It's also too long for a film treatment anyway, since they generally should be around 5 or 10 pages. He also made this Sonic movie Hollywood pitch sheet of sorts, where more technical and business-based ideas are shared. Within this document, he showcases himself as the writer and creative executive of the film, and then proceeds to give some suggestions to some of the directors he thinks would be good for the film, including the likes of Don Bluth, Brad Bird, Andrew Stanton, James Cameron, and Jerry Bruckheimer. He then gives a marketing overview, which I won't go into detail, but it's basically a pitch for why a Sonic movie would be a good investment, and what the purpose of this film would be. He then compares this film to the likes of The Secret of Nim, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, and The Prince of Egypt. He then lists soundtrack ideas, which has the likes of Green Day, Weezer, The Killers, Audrey Sessions, and oddly enough, Nine Inch Nails as well. Yeah, at least has some pretty good taste. Kuda also worked with an indie band he was close with, Audrey Sessions, which was one of the ones he also suggested, to have this song specifically made for the film. I won't show it in full, since unfortunately it gets copyright claimed here on YouTube, but it's a pretty good song. And again, it's just crazy to me that there exists a song made for Richard Kuta's dream Sonic film, of which I'll leave the link to the full song in the description below. Other info like possible actor choices, storyboards, and finally examples of the franchise selling well and being successful across multiple mediums are showcased. Now obviously, had this ever really been picked up, all this stuff would have more than likely have been changed depending on who's involved with it. But I suppose this was created more to paint a picture of what this would-be film could be, and for our purposes helps in realizing what was going through the mind of its creator, Richard Kuta. Speaking of, then we have the script for the film itself. Now I wanted to give Kuda his best shot here, so I'll just take notes from his final version of the script he made quite a bit later, as well as what can easily be seen in his storyboards, which I've been showing as I was describing the earlier pitch, of which he later commissioned 3 artists to create. These 2 are also pretty different from one another, especially with how they open, so it seems like Kuda definitely struggled with how exactly he wanted the film to go, originally. As noted in the treatment, he was going to have this big long sequence where Robotnik, back when he was Dr. Ivo Julian Quintobar, have a press conference that would have been the opening to the film. In the final script, he skips to that part where Robotnik is escaping Earth, and we hear about what happens afterward from Robotnik's notes up in space. And yeah, I'd personally say that the script version, with it just opening with Earth being destroyed and Robotnik escaping into space, is definitely the stronger of the two. Both the storyboards and the script have an extended opening / first act where Sonic and the gang are kids, and we have what amounts to a shorter and admittedly more clunky version of the episode duology from the Sonic SatAM show Blast to the Past. We find out exactly how Robotnik took over the world of Mobius. Now, kind of the main problem with both versions of Kuda's script is that it starts with a prologue before then going into kind of another prologue, before we then finally get into the status quo of the film for the rest of the trilogy. The Blast of the Past duology worked in the show because it was in season 2, and we'd already had time with all these characters to understand the status quo of their everyday lives fighting Robotnik. So then when we finally get the answers to questions like, how did Robotnik take over the world? Where was Sonic and the rest during this? How did everyone get roboticized? It's a satisfying conclusion to these questions. The only reason I bring this up is because when Kuda's script gets going with the main plot, it's actually not too bad at all. I could even see the bones of a pretty good Sonic film. The dialogue can be a little stilted at times, but the main sequence of events is actually pretty damn good. But I think the 2 openings make the script just a little bit messy and contain information that could have been talked about in a later movie. Hell, the revelation that Robotnik is responsible for all of Sonic's kind as a kind of accidental progenitor or god of sorts of the entire Mobius planet is an interesting idea that I actually really like. So good in fact that since he's going to be the main villain throughout all 3 of the films, would have been better saved as a grand reveal later on in either the first film or in a different entry in the trilogy. Now you might be wondering, what about the other 2 films that he had planned in this supposed trilogy? Well, they aren't nearly as detailed as the first one, but according to Rich's outline from 2005, after the defeat of Robotnik in the first film, which involves Sonic fighting Metal Sonic as a surprise final boss of that movie of sorts, and then using the Chaos Emeralds to destroy the Death Egg, Robotnik flies off and away, only to be confronted by Knuckles, which is where the first film would have ended, and the second movie's plot would have started. And while I won't read the entire treatment here, the long and short of it is that it would have been a sort of pseudo retelling of Sonic 3 and Knuckles' story, where Robotnik is essentially tricking Knuckles into fucking with the other characters so that he can get to the Master Emerald. But also the Chaotix would have also been here of Knuckles as well, including Charmy to Be and what have you, them kind of working as villains against Sonic and Tails, who are scouting Angel Island, since that's where the Death Egg crash landed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the plot, Sally and Bunny Robot, as well as Uncle Chuck, are all trying to reverse engineer the roboticizer, so they can free everyone from Robotnik's, well, robotic regime essentially, and allow them to be flesh and blood again. But it's proven to be a very difficult process. Robotnik then finds out that the Chaos Emeralds are inhabited by Mayan gods that foretold of the new race of life forms that would undo the mistakes of humans in the year of 2012. No, I'm not kidding. It comes clear to Robotnik that Earth is doomed from the beginning, and man's failure would be the result of animals becoming dominant by giving them the chance to redeem man's follies. And while I'm skipping a lot around, essentially this leads to a finale where, like in the games, Knuckles realizes, oh, Robotnik's actually kind of a big asshole, and ends up helping Sonic to try to defeat him once he realizes Robotnik is after the Master Emerald, which Knuckles is supposed to protect. Robotnik steals the Master Emerald, there's a big whole fight that happens, and it results in Robotnik accidentally shooting one of his laser guns at the Master Emerald, breaking it into tons of pieces. Knuckles says that they can get all the pieces back together to rebuild the Master Emerald, but apparently breaking it caused a chain reaction for Shadow the Hedgehog to wake up somewhere else on the planet, which would be the teaser for Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie. Which is kind of funny because in the Sonic the Hedgehog trilogy of movies that came out more recently, the teaser at the very end of the second movie was also Shadow being introduced into the plot. Kind of funny that. And then the third and final movie in this would-be trilogy, Robotnik regains control over Robotropolis again, and hires a spy named Rouge the Bat to help him get some of the shards of the Master Emerald. During her doing this, she is eventually confronted by Shadow the Hedgehog, who wants to destroy her. Rouge gets badly injured, and Shadow notices the emerald fragments on her. He questions where she found them, leaving Shadow and Rouge joining forces. Knothole Village and Angel Island undergo an epic battle to fight off the Badniks. Shadow and Sonic eventually confront each other, where they prove to be evenly matched. Rouge manages to collect all the emeralds and brings them to Robotnik. She's then betrayed and sent to be roboticized by Robotnik. Luckily, she escapes and heads towards Knothole Village, where she helps fight off the Badniks. Then another battle ensues where Sonic and Sally and Tails all fight through Robotropolis, and Knuckles and Rouge go on a mission to save the Master Emerald, and they grow close together while that's happening. However, whenever they get to Robotnik's throne room, they find that he is nowhere to be found, and Shadow appears instead out of nowhere to fight Sonic. While all this is going on, it is eventually revealed that Robotnik's about to perform an ancient ritual to summon the power from the Master Emerald. As he recites it, the destruction of the universe commences. Knuckles explains to everyone about the ancient human mind societies and their prophecies. In the possession of the human, it causes destruction, but in the power of a strong Mobian, it can be used for the forces of good. Sonic runs over to Robotnik to make him reconsider his plans, since it would mean the end of all life. Robotnik slaps him away and becomes omnipotent and godlike. Sonic and Shadow put away their differences and summon the power of the Master Emerald to become super. They both destroy Robotnik and save the universe, restoring peace and harmony to Mobians. Knuckles states that since it was prophesied that the humans would eventually meet their fate, their time was over and nothing could stop it. Destruction is a form of creation, brought on by a spiritual force that always has and will be. The last human in existence is eradicated. That sets the balance to Mobians. And then Shadow vanishes since the Emerald is returned. I'm not really sure why Shadow is connected to the Master Emerald in this version. It's not really said, but yeah. Then there's a big happily ever after with Sonic and Sally becoming the new rulers of Mobius, with the last part of the, while evil is vanquished for now, it's not vanquished forever, but it shall always be ultimately stopped by Sonic the Hedgehog at the end. So yeah, that's basically the whole story that would have been this trilogy. I did skim over some stuff, like certain character details, which admittingly did all seem kind of cool. Like, there's definitely a lot of focus on character dynamics and emotions, and it's very clear that he really wanted to get across every one of these characters having moments where they can shine. And needless to say, Cuda had grand and ambitious ideas of a new Sonic canon and story for these films. Whether you think they are pretty cool or pretty dumb is ultimately up to you though. But I can say at the very least, personally, that I find them very creative and interesting. In the same way an elaborately put together fanfiction is pretty damn interesting. Had it actually become a film trilogy we could watch today, maybe I'd be more analytical or critical of it. But as it stands, it's simply the ideas of a man who was ultimately rejected, and so rejected fanfiction it shall remain. But hey, as far as fanfiction standards go, I think it's pretty cool sounding. But speaking of fanfiction, the story of this would-be film and the drama surrounding it was far from over at this point. In fact, after the dust had settled over on FUS and Saturday Morning Sonic, as well as Encyclopedia Dramatica, the drama had only just begun. So after all the dust had settled up to this point, Rich did in fact end up coming back a short time after, and lurked about from place to place, including DeviantArt where he ranted about the Sonic community some more. And it was around this time that Cuda had come to a realization that Sega was never gonna take his movie idea, something which greatly disappointed him, and enraged him for the 2 years he had dedicated to this idea by now. So he only had two options at this point: stop now and walk away from it all living on as a funny sort of story, or continue down this cursed road of failure and try your best to make something out of all the work you already put into it. Cuda chose the latter, and so Cuda came up with the idea to do the movie himself, turn this project around into a fan film. The only problem is he's only one guy, so Cuda went to the various Sonic-related forums and places asking for donations for his project, something which many found distasteful. On top of that, Cuda also tried to get his artists back on board to help him with this new project. The only problem is, many of them had grown kind of bitter and sour towards him after all of this time, with the whole Psyonix design thing being thrown onto ROG, many of them claiming that they had not been paid for the last time they helped them with this project, and overall, some of them maybe just not wanting to associate with him anymore after everything kinda came to light. So they really weren't open to working with him again. So Cuda would eventually create a Craigslist ad titled "Calling for 2D Artists." They even sent some emails out to some people which many found to be in poor taste and, cringy, I guess, with many claiming that this is sonmanic's last sad attempt at trying to be a wannabe egotistical filmmaker or director, and that no one should be suckered into working or helping him out in any way. Around the same time frame, Rich also emailed this message to FUS admin Rocky, showcasing his anger towards the community that now watches and mocks his every move, making it very difficult for him to literally do much of anything in this fandom or literally anywhere else, including when he made a video on what I assume was his YouTube channel at the time, talking about his process in trying to get the movie made originally, stating to Rocky, quote, "Hey man, we need to have a serious discussion. I realize the recent video I posted last week has sparked a lot of mixed reactions in the Sonic community. Of course, the negative comments have stemmed from Sonic HQ, Sonic Stadium, and FUS. I honestly don't understand the hostility and why everyone is biased against me. I simply filmed a documentary that chronicled my struggle and experience with the Sonic movie, and I was involved for the sole purpose of exposing the truth. Sega of Japan is working on a Sonic film with a third-party company, and I just wish everyone would open their damn eyes and listen to me. No matter what derogatory comments are thrown at me, no matter how skeptical they are, one fact remains. I have inside dirt on Sega and nobody wants to accept the facts. Why? Just because of the established hatred that stems from 6 years ago. This seriously has to stop, and my crusade in spreading the truth will never cease until we collectively probe Sega of Japan to get verification on their movie and their third-party company. The treatment I've been receiving is disgusting, and there's no reason for anybody to post threats against someone that cared enough to get off their sidelines to take action. Whether you or the other Sonic websites believe my claims, I'm staying persistent in my goal. I hold the evidence that Sega is holding back from their fans, and I'm doing everything in my power to spread the word. You can kick me and ban me from the chat room all you want, but realize this. Don't ever come begging for my forgiveness when Sega reveals their movie plans. I tried to be professional, and even sense about this. But seriously, this fandom can kiss my ass. Most of the hate from this Sonic community stems from envy. Whenever anyone makes a proclamation of improving the fanbase or contact Sega, they get on their cases since they're too pathetic to do anything themselves. So they drag everyone down to their level, so it eliminates competition. This is utterly asinine, because the community is supposed to be supportive and lend their assistance wherever they feel something is wrong. This flame war, personal attacks, is of junior high caliber. I apologize for my gripes, but you need this mirror to see what the Sonic fanbase has regressed to. I'm not seeking fame or publicity. I just want this Sega of Japan / third-party issue to be further investigated to cap off this whole ordeal with the movie. By the way, you have my full permission to contact DiC, Universal, and Sega of Japan. I don't mean to be harsh, but the Sonic community in general needs some serious evaluation. Plus, seriously, FUS has a few cracks in their foundation that is yet to be fixed." Unquote. This was promptly ignored and then posted to Encyclopedia Dramatica. Indeed, the road old Rich had taken was a foolish one, and a lonely one at that. Many might even ask why he wished to make a Sonic movie for a community that clearly saw him as a joke, and in many ways, saw past any of his acts of professionalism. The truth didn't matter. They didn't care about his efforts. They didn't care about his potential fan film, or any potential dirt or information he might know about Sega making a movie. And they didn't care too much for him as a person either. Facts which Cuda just simply couldn't stand for. He needed to be vindicated. He needed them to believe him. He needed their respect. All things that they were never ever going to give him. If he did indeed go through all this effort for a Sonic film, which evidence suggests he did, and for argument's sake, let's just say he did, what did it matter at this point? What was Rich really fighting for? Did Rich really want to make a passion project? Did he really want to save the Sonic franchise? Or did he just want the respect from a community of people who have hated him ever since he made those bootleg copies of Sonic SatAM from 2002? Maybe in truth it was all these reasons he continued down this erroneous path. The hunger to complete his passion project, to so-called save Sonic, and to finally, maybe, get the respect of all those who laughed at him, mocked him, and looked down upon him for years at this point. But then, how was he gonna do it? You can't very well make an animated film all by yourself. I mean, you could kinda get close to doing it these days. But back then, definitely not. He said before drawing wasn't even his strong suit, and I have a feeling animation was certainly far from one either at that point. All he had was a script and ideas, but with no one willing to help him with any of these concepts, and everyone he reached out to either mocking him or even spreading the word of his past actions to anyone who might even consider joining him, it was fair to say that all was truly lost. Despite his best efforts and passion, Richard Kuta had reached a dead end. Until... that is, when Richard Kuta should end up getting a message from a rather interesting hooded figure from none other than the admin of the Save Sonic forum. This forum was a place for Sonic the Hedgehog protesters of sorts. These fans ranted about their failing favorite franchise and their various ideas on how to fix it. And obviously, Richard Kuta, being in the state of mind he was in, took refuge over here for a short while. Though the primary issue that the forum had over Sonic the Hedgehog was its then voice actors. In particular, the voice actor of Jason Griffith, who they hated with a passion and wanted replaced with the older original Sonic voice actor in the Sonic Adventure video games, Ryan Drummond, though they also generally did not like most of the new voice casts that originally came from the Sonic X dub from 4Kids. Well, in them, Richard Kuta saw an opportunity. He promised everyone that he would make a Sonic movie, showing everyone his script for the film, as well as his general progress. But to appeal to the Save Sonic community, he said that he would try to have Ryan Drummond voice act within the film, even if up until this point, Rich had originally wanted to have the SatAM Sonic voice actor in Jaleel White to voice Sonic in his film. I suppose at this point, Richard knew that he needed to get help anywhere he could get, so if a few compromises were made in exchange for actually having people help him, I suppose he was willing to make it at that point. And as it turned out, that community of this website was much more welcoming to Rich and his ideas, one of the then admins even saying that Rich's Sonic movie script was the best that he had ever seen. This would all lead to the moment when Richard Kuta met with this aforementioned hooded figure, that man being none other than Alex Ed Prince Stairs, otherwise known at the time as Spax 3. Now, Spax 3 was a YouTuber who rather infamously protested Sega for changing these Sonic voice actors, and was one of the first people to make a review of the infamous Sonic 06 game on YouTube. He also got caught up in literal mountains worth of drama online, took down people's videos criticizing him on YouTube, and as I'll note in the next upcoming video, even has grooming and stalking allegations against him in more recent years. But the main thing Spax at the time was known for was his particular method of trying to silence criticism against him, that being that he would threaten to sue anyone who became his enemy. And this all really started with this particular situation with Richard Kuta. You see, Spax 3 and his crew approached Richard Kuta asking if they could help him with his film, as Spax had a quote-unquote crew of voice actors who were interested and believed in his cause. This at first seemed like something finally going Kuta's way, a team assembled to start making this fan film more than just simply a dream in his mind. However, things didn't quite go according to plan. When you went on to make your film project a fan film project, how and why did Spax 3 get involved?
Right when the film was rejected, I jumped on MySpace and DeviantArt to vent my frustrations of the struggle I endured to get this dream project of mine made. Some people believed me, some didn't, and that really affected me because I put so much time, money, and effort into this, and nobody seemed to care. And it sucks when you don't have a shoulder to cry on, especially in a fan base that has basically exiled you from their community. So, a couple days later from that post, I get a response from someone who went by the name Spax3. Now, I understand that even though he was infamous for his own discrepancies, I had no fucking clue who he was, but his response was so convincing enough for me to trust him. So, I guess in short, he expressed his sympathies for my failures and suggested to revive my project as something fan-made. He stated claims of being this quote-unquote professional voice actor who had friends that would be willing to assist me. So, his words seemed legit, and I continued my conversations with him to see where this would all lead. And as many know, it wasn't anything good. It was just a clusterfuck of a production crew since nobody was being professional or taking their roles seriously. So when the fanbase caught wind of his involvement, I was dogpiled, which put me in a precarious position of letting him go from the project. But that was inevitable anyway, since his Sonic impression was just fucking terrible. I tried to be delicate as possible, but he went ballistic and started this online drama with me and my crew as well, which delayed production. So it was quite the headache he put me through.
So yeah, things didn't exactly end up working between the two of them. In fact, while we're here on the topic, I might as well jump ahead just once before moving on. You see, like all of Spax's enemies, Spax threatened to sue Rich over business mistreatment? Or maybe it was libel? Something like that. Look, none of it matters because nothing ever came of any of this stuff. It was just internet slappy fights. But all the same, Spax 3 would continue to be a thorn in Kuda's side after what he saw as a betrayal and insult to his voice acting talents. To make matters worse, before they even had a falling out when Kuda announced his plans for the SatAM movie to be a fan film project, and people at the time found out that Spax 3 was associated with it, what little credibility there was left in the project went straight out the fucking window, and it became a point of contention, mockery, and further sonic flame wars online. Kuda might have thought that this little team of voice actors was finally his big break into having some sort of support, but it was actually a gigantic iron ball pulling him down deeper and deeper into the pit of despair. Spax 3 would also be one of the people who would help in spreading Richard Kuta's Encyclopedia Dramatica page around, being sure to air out his enemy's dirty laundry as much as he possibly could, which is sort of ironic because Spax 3 would come to not have just one, but two encyclopedia pages made about him, one being the general one and the other one being over specific cases of him threatening to sue people. But all the same, the two were like this for quite some time. It was around 5 years after this spark of a fight that Rich would end up writing the following message where he notes how his Facebook has been hacked for the last couple of days, and that an individual has also leaked out all his personal information about him and his friends and family, and continues to post threats to him. Richard Kuta suspects that this is actually Spax and his crew who are behind this whole hack, and gets so heated and angry about the entire thing that he says, quote, "I'd like to invite Sega Kool-Aid, Solid Snake Productions, and Spax 3 to die in a pool of AIDS, you immature, socially inept, low-life fuckwads." Note also that Sega Kool-Aid and Solid Snake Productions were also two very dedicated trolls who were constantly pestering and documenting everything Richard Kuta was doing. Richard Kuta was so angry, in fact, that he even said, and I quote, "So anyone know the number of a hitman I can hire?" Spax, of course, took this dead-ass seriously and ended up writing the following in response to this hitman comment. Quote, "Rich Kuta's actually threatening death on me and two others. I don't do much aside from tell him the truth and criticize him for it. And many others do as well. But the two others make videos on him which I do make myself or give any direction on, though I am allies with them and don't mind. But I am not involved with the video making. I've been more mature towards Rich as of late than I would have been in the past, which is hard considering who he is. However, if he's serious about trying to kill me, then I'm going to be calling the police on him. He does live in my area. So if anyone has ever dreamed of seeing Cuda arrested, you may get your chance." Unquote. Once again, nothing ever came of any of this, but to say the two hated each other would be the understatement of the century. On top of all of this mess, on March 16th, 2009, Sega sent Kuda a cease and desist notice due to his constant pestering of the company with his proposals. It would seem he still, even while he was trying to make a fan film, was trying to get Sega to make this movie, also making this the second company to have sent Kuda a cease and desist notice at this point. On top of that, Kuda also realized that some of his closest friends were leaking his messages to Encyclopedia Dramatica, notably sonmanic, the ex-owner of FUS, who had apparently made up with him before this time, but it seems that she wasn't actually his true friend, and perhaps was only doing this to get close to him to get more dirty details on him for Encyclopedia Dramatica. These leaks of hers included the news of this cease and desist letter, which served as an ultimate defeat for him, as well as a betrayal from both someone he thought was a friend, but also as a kind of final humiliation, and he reacted with the following message. Quote, "Oh my god, what the fuck is your problem? You just won't stop, will you? Fine, you bitch, keep adding shit to my ED page. This has solidified my decision. I've reached my boiling point. Fuck this fanbase, I'm done. Put a bullet in that rodent's head and end his misery already. I refuse to belong to a community that's full of corruption." Sonic used to be enjoyable, but it's not. It was one of my many recreational hobbies to engage in, to escape from the negativity of real life. I have not been happy since 1999, and if people are constantly attacking one another and violently humiliating people with their own sick pleasure, then I won't have any association with this franchise. The only thing this franchise is good at creating is enemies and fail. I'm sorry guys, I'm getting too old for this shit. And this entire time, it's been nothing but stress and frustration. Go ahead, Neek. Add this to my ED page. What's the point of even reasoning with you? You're going to post it anyway, you immature prick. Why don't you start acting your own age instead of pulling this junior high shit? For 9 years, you've been the main cause of my afflictions for being a colossal bitch. You are devoid of human decency and respect because all you are capable of is spreading hate. You single-handedly destroyed my good name over the years, and I hope karma bites you in the ass hard. My friends, and I trusted you because we assumed you turned a new leaf. These recent actions further validate the lying, deceitful fuck you are. Unless people can behave like civil adults, I won't be returning. So before I depart, I'll leave you with these inalienable truths. SatAM is never coming back. Sega will never listen to their fans, and the fanbase will continue to be shit to everyone. My respect for the Sonic fanbase is dead, just like the franchise. After 16 years of contributing to the Sonic community, it saddens me to say that there's no faith in restoring it. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you rot in hell, Neek. Unquote. To top all of this off, Cuda was also banned from the Saturday Morning Sonic forums as well, around this time, due to all this drama and more associated stuff with the owner of the site. Cuda in general was also feeling down, as noted in this forum post made before he was banned from the forum. I won't read the whole thing, but essentially he notes how he feels like this whole decade has been pretty much a horrible waste and a terrible time for him in general, noting not just the many issues and drama that he's personally dealt with when it comes to his movie and what have you, but also that he went through a relationship that ended with a great betrayal at some point, which he doesn't exactly go into the full detail of. Also that his mother developed breast cancer and that his aunt died of liver cancer, on top of his dad kicking him out since he wanted to live with his then girlfriend, who became his stepmom at that point. Richard Kuta's career was also just not very stable at this point in time, and overall he felt just sort of aimless in life in general. Despite all of this though, Kuda still pushed forward with what little artists, friends, and whoever was willing to help him in trying to make this Sonic fan film a thing. Despite saying he was going to leave the fanbase like literally 10 times over by this point, despite him being a laughingstock nearly anywhere he went at this point. For some bizarre reason, Richard Kuta persisted in trying to make this fan film a reality. But while all this was going on, something far more infamous was brewing over on this cool little website called YouTube. Yes indeed, Kuda also had a YouTube channel as well. He went by aknotholeresident, which if you hadn't noticed is a username he was using far more often across various forums during this point in time. Which, speaking of, this one's a little bit more off topic, but an important note in his YouTube videos, history all the same. You see, back in June of 2007, Cuda would make an epic rant video about his local Weezer fan board he frequented, known as Weezer Nation, where he had apparently been taunted and trolled, though the exact details are fuzzy. What's also fuzzy yet also far more clear is this video that I'll now play in full, where he unleashes all his thoughts about Weezer Nation.
And now, a written statement by Richard Kuta to Weezer Nation. Good afternoon. Pretentious indie snobs and pseudo-intellectuals of Weezer Nation, I come bearing a message of great concern regarding the recent activities coming from this community. For the last year, I've been the subject of a sick game that obviously hasn't diminished. Revealing information and depictions of my personal life have been exploited for the intent of someone's cruel, twisted joke. And considering that this has been a constant occurrence, I've decided to express my true feelings to display how much this fucked up message board has affected my life.
Now a certain someone, namely this is a gay man, apparently has an unhealthy infatuation with me. I noticed that my MySpace blogs continue to surface on the message board, considering that my profile has been set to private. Now there's speculation that one of my friends has been betraying me and sending this douchebag my entries. And what is the fucking purpose of this? Just to rip apart my grammar, spelling, diction, and daily life? Are you shitting me up the ass? How fucking pathetic does someone have to be to constantly play teacher with a blog entry? It's the goddamn internet, not the Writers Guild of America. See, this is an example why a lot of people are leaving this particular community. It's full of arrogant fucktards that can't get off their high horse. It's a fucking blog entry, goddammit. Get on with it, man. While I'm on the topic, are you people that conceited that you actually think I post entries and updates on my site just to impress you guys? For fuck's sake, you need a serious evaluation. I post for the sole purpose of informing my friends and family about my recent agenda. Not only that, I run a business where it's imperative for me to update them on my projects. But none of you would understand, since you're all losers that can only hope to accomplish such a goal. Now, my schedule is very occupied, especially since I've been in development of a feature film that has recently taken notice at a Hollywood studio that shall remain nameless. My career is in potential danger, since you assholes, particularly this is a gay man, have been posting pictures of me on YouTube and spamming my IMDb boards. And you know what? It's even come to the point where they've actually crank called me. This immature bullshit has to stop, and only proves how pathetic and unprofessional this message board is ran. I'm no longer asking, I'm threatening that you all cease and desist these junior high-ish antics immediately, or I will take the appropriate action in getting Weezer Nation officially shut down. I'm dead fucking serious, because this shit has gone to the point where it's jeopardized my business, my career, and even my life. You may think it's funny to mess around like this, but you need to realize that you're fucking over the life of another human being, and knowing that none of you have shown signs of remorse indicates how malicious and despicable you people really are. I've said this many times in the past, but now that I'm in front of the camera, I want to make this official. I fucking resign from your shitty ass community. As for you, this is a gay man, continue what you're doing. You may think it's hilarious how you have an arsenal of dirt that could quickly ruin my reputation, but just remember this. You're a sad excuse for a person, and I sincerely feel sorry for you, that you must leech off the life of successful people like myself to mask your own depravity and jealousy. So with that said, I appreciate you all listening to my rant, and I can only hope there's at least one of you who has a shred of dignity who actually finds this shit to be ridiculous. So Weezer Nation, go fuck your face through your asshole, you dicks. And for you, this is a gay man, you better hope we don't confront each other in a dark alley one day, cause you'll find yourself on the ground. I'm dead serious. You know, for all the pain and emotional suffering that you've put me through, you fucking deserve it. And I can't wait for that day to come. Now if you excuse me, I have a life to live.
Now, if this video wasn't enough, apparently the Weezer Nation message board wanted to troll Cuda one more time after his departure. After what is described as an intense phone conversation, Rich was apparently convinced he was being hacked/spied on by someone in England. Someone who I'm guessing was one of the main users and/or trolls of the Weezer Nation board. Cuda then received a mysterious email from Mark Jackson of the Department of Internet Accounts, Protocols, Evaluations, and Reprimand, a supposed government anti-online bullying organization so secret they don't even have a website. For almost an entire week, Cuda began his pursuit to officially shut down the Weezer Nation message board. However, his crusade with Mark Jackson came to a complete halt after Cuda discovered this government agency had a rather interesting acronym. I gotta admit, that one was pretty clever. Now, there are actually a ton of videos that Cuda made under the account aknotholeresident. but unfortunately most of them are seemingly lost to time, a true loss for all those internet historians such as myself. But luckily, the most famous one of these, or perhaps most infamous, many would say, still very much remains online, that being his rant on Sonic 4. Now, if you've ever heard of Richard Kuta, even in passing, there are probably 3 things you know about him. Number 1, that he tried to make a Sonic fan film. Number 2, that he wears diapers. And number 3, he made the Sonic 4 Green Eyes rant video. To say this video blew up beyond his presence online is an understatement. It lives on as one of the more cringy reaction videos of the time. For context, Cuda, like many Sonic fans, was eagerly awaiting Sonic 4's release. Before then, it was called Project Needlemouse, and many were excited about this after all the shitty games that Sonic had come out with as a franchise the last few years. Sonic 4 was supposed to be a return to form for the franchise, going back to its roots, sort of where Sonic 3 left off. It was supposed to be the Sonic mania of its time, but it didn't quite turn out that way. And I'd now like to show you Cuda's reaction before I go any further, but keep in mind, I will be adding the actual trailer that he watched all the way back in for reference in the corner of the video, which was not there originally. In the original, you only have his artifacted as hell face and voice. So with that said, let's see the clip.
Hey everybody, this is aknotholeresident. As you can see here, I am very pumped up about Sonic the Hedgehog 4. I've been getting tons of comments about it. The trailer was just released, and I'm going to go ahead and watch it live here on YouTube. So here we go everybody. This is the Sonic 4 trailer and my initial reaction, live, caught on video. So here we go. You ready for this, buddy? We waited over, what, 16, 17 years for this? It's your long-awaited comeback, yay! Here we go! Sonic the Hedgehog 4! Oh, classic! Yeah, Sonic 3, yeah! Oh, there's a motor bug! Okay. Mixed reactions here. Sorry, buddy. This is not exactly what I anticipated. Here, why don't you sit over here? Let the adults speak. You've been under a lot of stress lately, especially for the past 5 months. Oh God. Oh my God. Where to begin? Where to begin? Sega. Let's talk for a second. What part of retro don't you understand? From the amount of concept art and the black-eyed Sonic you used in the Hedgehog Day banner, that immediately gives us old school fans the impression that Sonic 4 would reflect the classic Genesis games, and I'm just not seeing it here. I mean, I'm not sure if you caved in to the little kiddies again, because all I'm seeing here is a rehashed Sonic Rush game ported to the consoles. The same ugly, stretched out, green-eyed Sonic fighting the modern-style Eggman. Is that what he's going to be called too? Dr. Eggman? Ugh! I'm so infuriated right now. This is a complete turn-off. It's incredibly misleading. I mean, Sega, you have a lot of nerve. No, you have a lot of balls to even place this as a long-awaited 4th installment, because it just conjures up the same shitty garbage from the 3D games. I mean, I'm looking at this right now in disgust. I mean, this is appalling. This is abysmal. I mean, I, along with most people in their late 20s, was expecting the classic style black-eyed Sonic. This is... Oh, wait, that's Tails. So stressed out I can't even concentrate. This is Sonic! This is the classic Sonic! I bought this plushie in 1994. Look, beady black eyes. What I'm seeing here, the same ugly, stretched out bubblegum abomination I had to suffer through for the last decade. Ugh! Oh, I'm so pissed off right now. It's like the Sonic cycle has started again. I mean, where is the classic Sonic? The classic black-eyed, beady-eyed Sonic fighting Dr. Robotnik in the classic Genesis form? Is that so hard to understand? I mean, granted, the level design and the gameplay looks aesthetically pleasing, no gripes there, but it's the feeling of nostalgia that's completely lost. There is nothing like Mega Man 9, because Mega Man 9 was like a worthy installment to the Mega Man series. 8-bit graphics. It's consistent. Where is the consistency? I see nothing here. This is a rushed out port game from a DS title that's downloadable for the console. That's all it is. It's a fucking Sonic Rush game. You know what? I am not even going to classify this as a legit Sonic 4 title. I am not even going to place this in the classic library of Genesis games. Hell no. Fuck that shit. This entire marketing hype did nothing but set us up for disaster yet again. And you know what's really sad? You know what's really depressing about this whole thing? I mean, I can't even speak here. I'm just lost for words. I'm looking at the trailer, and I'm just... I don't know what to say. I mean, my reaction is teetering on insanity here. I mean, we've waited nearly 6 months for this game, and this is what you give us? I mean, this is depressing. This is pathetic. If this is supposed to be a 2D comeback, I'm not buying it. Literally, I'm not going to buy this game because the amount of effort, the marketing schemes, the way it was hyped up to appease us older fans, I see 5% of that. Ooh, 2D gameplay. That's not good enough. I see the same shitty Sonic and Robotnik from the adventure games, the 06 games, Unleashed. Library continues, but this is not retro. I'm sorry. I do not have any feelings of nostalgia. This is not the worthy follow-up to Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I'm sorry, Sega. You failed in delivering 3D games, and you failed in delivering 2D games. Fuck you. I'm done with this franchise. Where's the damn pause button? Oh, there we go. No, before I go, I think Sonic weeps for Sonic Team and everybody at Sega, because us old school fans, we had a lot of faith in what you had to show, and you let me and this poor guy down, and you're gonna have to live with that for the rest of your life. Goodbye.
It's pretty bad. To be fair, so was Sonic 4. While a lot of people shit on Cuda at the time for this video, truth be told, most people, fans and general people who played that game alike, and including myself, think Sonic 4 was a pretty disappointing game to say the least, some even claiming it might be one of the worst 2D Sonic games ever made. So I guess Cuda was technically right about this game being a really massive disappointment to the fans, but his focus on the green eyes part was sort of losing the forest through the trees, you know? I think that, added with the Sonic plush and everything else, made him kinda come off as a man-child, getting angry over really minute details of a design. Though I'll also admit that I do think this was also a case of people just not liking the messenger as much as the actual message as well. While the message is clearly a little too specific, had it been basically anyone else who said, "This game kind of looks disappointing, it doesn't look like the classic Sonic, and I feel like I was lied to with them claiming this was a return to its roots," I think a lot more people would be receptive to that, though it is a Sonic fan base, so maybe not. Who knows? Regardless, with the advent of this video, many came to it to mock him relentlessly both in the comments and in the response videos. And in turn, Rich would make 2 more rant videos, arguing and fighting back the mob he had unknowingly unleashed. However, in the end, he would come to delete those videos. The 2 response ones, unfortunately, too, seemingly lost to time. But he did leave this comment to send off the entire thing, saying, quote, "I removed the string of rant videos because apparently this generation is devoid of intelligence and would rather drink the Sega Kool-Aid than rather think for themselves," unquote. Which, by the way, is where that one troll of his gets his name, the Sega Kool-Aid. And as documented on the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, this would provoke a response from user ragdollman98, him stating, quote, "Oh yes, not nitpicking about the fucking color of Sonic Eyes makes us devoid of intelligence. Why don't we complain about how the next generation of consoles have no blast processing, or how the game is on digital download and not cartridge-based? You know what we should be worried about? We need to worry about the fucking shade of white Sonic's gloves will be. Have fun watching old episodes of SatAM every night alone in your bedroom," unquote. On the note of rants, it seems like Richard Kuta also made several rant-type videos, as was popular of the time, on various topics, such as the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, the state of music and his general opinions on it, the state of movies, the state of politics, etc. I suppose it all being a retrospective on the 2000s era. But again, besides these thumbnails, there's actually no archive of these videos anywhere, so we'll just have to guess what his ultimate opinions were, though I have a sneaking suspicion that he wasn't a fan of the politics, he wasn't a fan of the Sonic stuff, wasn't a fan of the movie stuff, but was generally okay with the music. Richard wasn't done, however. Over on his usual spots, Rich began to rant and rave about how series villain Robotnik was now being called Eggman these days. Something which, as you might imagine, is yet again a very petty and kind of frankly stupid thing to get hung up on, much like the Sonic the Hedgehog Green Eyes rant. Though, I think perhaps it wasn't necessarily that these things were changing. I mean, technically Eggman was always called Eggman over in Japan. It was actually changed for the West over here to be Robotnik. But I think it was more so what it symbolized to him in his mind, that the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise was changing, moving on, you may say, from the sort of things that he enjoyed about it, and thus moving farther and farther away from him. And as that fandom continued to grow, the less and less would have grown up with things like the Sonic SatAM cartoon, or reading the Sonic Archie comics, or in some cases even playing the classic games anymore. Much like the little blue rodent himself, the franchise continued to just keep running forward, even if it meant leaving people like Richard Kuta behind, something which in this post he lamented about, in addition to the aforementioned Robotnik and Eggman thing. Quote, "Well guys, prepare for Sega to reach into your childhood memories and scoop out everything you remember from the classics. They pulled a Lucas with the new Sonic collection for the DS. Notice anything different about this story synopsis? It's one thing to bastardize the current state of the franchise, but Sega crossed the line in bastardizing the past. I don't care if Eggman is the real Japanese name. In America, the Sonic games and booklets called him Dr. Robotnik. What the fuck is Sega's problem in letting us call him Robotnik in the West? I feel like that horrible name is being shoved in our faces, and now it's desecrating my childhood memories of these classic games. Nobody in the 90s ever called him Dr. Eggman, at least here in America. Not the kids on the playground, not magazines, or even TV commercials. My god, let us call him Robotnik again, especially if it's for the classic Genesis games. And another thing, Why do they consistently advertise the classic games with a modern Sonic style? When it comes to false advertising, Sega seems to only succeed with that," unquote. This would then be continued as his rants only got more and more specific with time, as he then recalled a situation in which he was wearing a Sonic SatAM shirt and his interaction with a kid who happened to notice Sonic was on his shirt. Quote, "A couple weeks ago, I was wearing my SatAM shirt, the one that came with the special edition SatAM DVD box set, and this kid compliments it by saying, 'Is that Eggman? He looks different.' I didn't really say anything to cause a scene, but in my mind, I wanted to correct the poor ignorant soul. What has Sega done to this generation?" Whether this interaction happened or not, at the very least, he didn't scold or yell at the child like, a certain other Sonic-related lolcow. And then there's this exchange where he goes a little bit further beyond just simply feeling left behind, but more so that he feels like he is also the only one holding up the mantle of the Sonic SatAM name, and that it was now his sort of destiny to fight for it, in spite of everything, stating, quote, "I feel like I'm in that movie Idiocracy where the future is full of lazy, apathetic retards that live in their filth and blindly accept crap. If people aren't courageous enough to call Sega out on their BS, that's where we're heading. The games will continue their downward slope because nobody was either brave or smart enough to acknowledge the imperfections." Okay, you really need to calm down. I mean, apathetic retards? It's just a video game character. Why do you give a damn about which Sonic kids prefer? They're not bothering anyone. Look, everyone is welcome to their own opinion, but that's no excuse to be an ass. Why care? Because I'm concerned about the history of the Sonic franchise, which is gradually dying. Nobody of this generation's seems to care about Sonic's past anymore, and even Sega themselves are guilty of this. If kids today are going to purposely reject the past and ignore the old Sonic fans' wisdom of what made the franchise great, then who's going to pass down that info to future generations? It's going to get to the point where the names like Mobius, Robotnik, and SatAM will cease to exist due to this constant negligence. And I refuse to let that happen, unquote. Yeah, to say that he felt left behind would be putting it lightly. Cuda had grown so passionate for the series about a fast blue rodent that he seemed to be going absolutely fucking nuts at this point, talking as though Sega were some giant dragon that he must slay in order to save his precious Sonic, or perhaps Sally Acorn would be more apt. As a side note, Richard Kuta, though his means of complaining and sort of getting extremely overzealous over the whole thing, always seemed to be rather petulant to most. It is kind of funny that many things that he was complaining about did strangely come to pass when it came to the Sonic franchise. Indeed, the name Robotnik would far and away be forgotten by many, only still said by those who kind of grew up with it. While there was a point in time when I remember going online as a kid and seeing Sonic SatAM related stuff nearly everywhere, these days it's far less common, although I do feel like the character of Sally Acorn strangely managed to outlive that one series to such a bizarre degree. So that's the one part I do see. That character is utilized at least a fair bit in other things. Many times in very disturbing ways. But the series as a whole, I can't say I see very many people talk about it as much anymore. Except for, of course, those old heads. But like the newer fans, definitely not. I don't really see that as a bad thing, mind you, but I guess for Richard Kuta, it definitely was a bad thing, and he saw the writing on the wall and didn't very much like it, since Sonic SatAM was such an important and integral piece of his life. He didn't want it to just be a forgotten cartoon thrown away to the sands of time as it pretty much has been now. He wanted something more for it, and past the theatrical language and what have you, I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing either. However, his constant accusations and pestering of Sega and general hostility at this point to most of the fanbase made any coherent or even earnest message message that he was trying to deliver completely unpalatable to pretty much everyone. I suppose it's all about the delivery of a message. It's one thing to say, man, I kind of wish more kids got to know about the Sonic SatAM cartoon. Makes me kind of sad that it might be forgotten someday. Versus getting upset and writing about it on a forum that some kid didn't recognize a Sonic cartoon character or cartoon design from something they clearly had not seen. I also think with each new message where he grew more and more angry at the fanbase and community that continued to mock him endlessly and didn't take him seriously whatsoever, it only made him grow more desperate and more frustrated for people to listen to him, which only made it funnier for those same people to continue to laugh at him, which made him feel like I think he had to get more grandiose, get more theatrical, get more angry, which is exactly what they wanted, and thus documented. All of this would eventually morph him into this self-destructive individual that believed that he was the only one who could save this franchise he so loved. This little Sonic fan movie project was no longer just a passion project. It was now him against the world. And I think he truly did believe that if he could finish this Sonic fan film and present something that was genuinely good to the fandom, that all, or at least most, would be forgiven. Perhaps then they would finally take him seriously. It truly was a Sonic fanbase-induced psychosis. And maybe it was this anthropomorphic cartoon animal madness as to why, amongst the other things made on Cuda's channel, this video of him candidly talking about his love for wearing diapers was something he thought was a good idea to share online.
Does anyone else find it endearing that after nearly 40 years that Sesame Street is still a relevant TV show for kids of this generation? And you know what? I'm glad they're keeping up tradition. Hey everybody, this is Mr. Chipmunk Mobian here to give you a brief update about some of the current events that have been transpiring in the past couple weeks. I felt kind of compelled to make this video here since certain videos have leaked on the internet regarding my personal life, and I wanted to take the opportunity to finally come out into the open and become more sincere about it, since for the past couple years or so I've been kind of in denial about the whole subject matter, and I think that this would be the appropriate time to clarify some of the misconstrued information that people have been projecting upon me regarding this whole adult baby lifestyle. But I guess the intent of this particular video here is to educate those that are somewhat ignorant of the whole adult baby culture and just try to shed some light on some of the positive aspects of it rather than the negative connotations that are associated with it from the general public. So let's begin. An adult baby is somebody that exhibits the mentality and physical attributes of being a toddler. And what you do is you just kind of provide the attire, like a footed sleeper or rompers or onesies or diapers, of course, and you just kind of create your own atmosphere like I have over here. And what you do is you just kind of transport yourself back into that innocent moment of childhood. And it's nothing more than just harmless escapism. There's nothing sexual about it. I know there's some AVs that do take it to an extreme level, but for me, it's a pure, tame recreation. The whole concept didn't really trigger my interest until I was 12 years old. I came home from school one day, I think it was either 6th or 7th grade, and I went to hang up my coat in the family room closet, and, well, a pack of Pampers just fell on me, and since we had a narrow hallway back then, it just knocked me against the wall. And I thought the whole idea was kind of funny, because it was diapers. I mean, you just laugh that off. It's like, what are these doing in here? And I put them away casually and just attended to my homework. But back then, I used to watch afternoon cartoons, because back in the 90s, they actually showed cartoons in the afternoon, like Fox Kids and such. And what I found ironic about the programming that day is the fact that every episode of Bobby's World, Tiny Toons,
channeled something inside me just to experiment. So what I did is I shut the door, closed the blinds, because I was so paranoid about it, since I knew my parents weren't going to understand, or they would probably freak out if they even knew that I even discovered like a vintage pack of Pampers just hanging out in the closet. But yeah, so what I did is I closed the blinds, I ran upstairs, and I was so apprehensive about the act I was going to take part in, because what I did is I was constantly looking outside, worried about a car coming up, pulling into the driveway, and my dad coming in or something. So what I did is I ripped open the package, I put the diaper on, and it was such an exhilarating feeling. I mean, it's so indescribable, I can't really go into detail about it. It's like, it transported me to that innocent time of being a toddler. And I guess this kind of segues into, well, some of the mental state that I was going through during junior high, since, well, my parents were bickering all the time. They filed for a divorce a couple months later, and it just created so much family turmoil during that time. And I don't know, I guess psychologically I kind of yearned to be back in that happy family unit that everybody was so used to. Flash forward to high school. This is when I started hanging out on AOL chat rooms, and yeah, it was so primitive back then because all we had was chat rooms. And I just randomly typed in diapers in the keyword search, and I was just bewildered by all these chat rooms involving people that like to wear diapers or be babies. But back then, I didn't even know what an adult baby or a diaper lover was, or even a baby or even a furry, because these terms weren't really coined until early in the 2000s. So what I did is I started chatting with all these other people, and I don't know, it just really interested me. I mean, yeah, I was involved with sports and other artistic activities. I played video games, listened to music, but this particular recreation just really gravitated my interest because it was just so unusual but fun at the same time. So when I was talking to all these anonymous people that I never met, some of them suggested that I try on baby clothes or throw in baby accoutrements like a baby bottle or a pacifier, and it was so fun. I mean, again, it has nothing to do with any sexual arousal. It's not a fetish to me. It's all about role-playing. That's all it is. I mean, you're just trying to recapture that childhood spirit and just relive it for a temporary amount of time before you got to engage in adult activities. Like, again, I have about a couple more minutes before I got to go to work. Well, not a couple minutes, but like an hour and 35 minutes. But yeah, anyway. I just recently told my parents, my friends, and everybody that I actually care about the whole lifestyle, and they were pretty accepting of it.
As you might imagine, this too was ridiculed online. And not to mention, sort of painted a perfect picture, didn't it? This guy who's obsessed with an old cartoon, obsessed with the past back when things were better. And he's also a guy who likes wearing diapers and sort of going on rants like a petulant child. It just was not a good look, to say the least. And certainly didn't help with anyone taking him any more seriously either. But in the background, Cuda had been managing to put something together. He had been putting together a trailer of sorts for his Sonic movie in the background of all this inconsequential internet quarrels. One that even led him to yet again leaving the fanbase and only sharing info about his movie project with a few people online now. Boy, this is starting to sound like we've been here before, doesn't it? He was deleting several of his accounts online, including on the Saturday Morning Sonic forums. Also during this time, he happened to make another video, which is rather interesting, if not super bizarre, because you see this video is presented as though Richard Kuta is being interviewed by someone and he's answering their questions as to why he enjoys Sonic. But obviously there's no one actually interviewing him, and he's just answering this question as though it were a special bonus feature on some Sonic movie DVD or something. So I guess I'll just go ahead and show it to you in full real quick.
What really got me hooked on Sonic was the Saturday morning series that aired on ABC, or as it's appropriately dubbed by the fanbase, SatAM. Opposed to the cartoon that ran in syndication on the UPN network, it had a certain charm to it that has yet to be matched in today's standards. And I mean, it had that sci-fi, fantasy, cyberpunk atmosphere to it, which was a genre that I was heavily into. Still am, actually. But in the annals of Sonic's history, I always felt that SatAM was a result of Sega's brilliance. I mean, even though Deke Entertainment created and produced the show, Sega themselves gave them the thumbs up of approval, so that alone applies that Sega had future plans for these characters. Remember Sonic Spinball? There was a bonus level where you could play as Princess Sally, Bunny, Antoine, Rotor from the... Oh, I'm sorry. No, you could actually free them in a bonus stage from a roboticizer type level. It was like a bonus level in the pinball game. I haven't played that in so long, so I apologize if I'm a little out of it here. But anyway, there was also this controversy in 1997 relating to the whole SatAM issue going on with Archie Comics, and they planned to kill off Princess Sally, and in an interesting twist of events, Sega implored them not to do it. And I don't know, it's bewildering how SatAM has maintained an esoteric success over 15 years, yet Sega fails to utilize the characters and settings in any of their games. I mean, of course, excluding Sonic Spinball. But, you know, the show itself, I mean, it involves characters that you could relate and sympathize with. Well, it expounds on a game that was virtually about a hedgehog that ran and fought robots. The show is genius. The creators took something simplified and stretched it out. The overall tone just paints this dark Orwellian atmosphere portrayed in that classic 1930s format. And it's just no surprise that the inspiration was derived from sci-fi opuses such as Star Wars and Blade Runner. And it was done in a brilliant fashion. But sadly, it just seems like Sega is sitting on a gold mine here and they just haven't dug for it. Well, that's my take on it.
You know, this could have almost been a pretty decent little opinion piece video. Sometimes I wonder why it never really occurred to Richard Kuta to do some kind of like Sonic SatAM series review or retrospective where he reviews every single one of the episodes or something like that. But I think I've teased long enough. How about that Sonic fan movie, huh? Well, Cuda would end up releasing a teaser for it, which showcased the following. Not exactly the best thing I've ever seen, but for a fan film standards, it's certainly not bad, especially for its time. Though it seems like a lot of the shots were made specifically for this trailer, which isn't exactly a good sign when you already have so much work to do to put a hour-and-a-half film together as is. But all the same, it is still rather impressive and is more than anything, something tangible that Cuda could share around yet again. And so after the release of this teaser, Rich would then open up an Indiegogo campaign to help fund this fan movie project once and for all, with the potential funds being able to be used to hire animators and the like for this project. Of course, many were very skeptical about Cuda actually being able to get this done, and from the get-go accused him of ripping people off, or that this campaign would go nowhere, or that this project would be shut down by Sega, and technically what he's doing is illegal, etc, etc, etc. Quote, Sega can take this movie down as soon as you post it. Did you read any of the disclaimers? Fan film, non-profit, for entertainment purposes. Plus, by your own flawed logic, Sega would have to then remove all those other fan films, Return to Little Big Planet, Eddie's live-action short, even Sonic Paradox shorts. In fact, Eddie has played a huge role in helping me get this project off the ground from his experiences. Just for once, Jin, can you add something constructive to your comments instead of just blurting out hateful gestures? If you've disliked the project and its direction to where you're constantly insulting me and the artist that worked on it, then don't pay attention to the updates. Simple as that. But I invite you to be at least more open-minded instead of making accusations of the project that aren't even true, unquote. It's funny because technically these people would be correct if they were talking about a Nintendo property in particular, or various other ones from Japan or just in general. But Sega is actually one of the much more lenient brands when it comes to their copyright and allowing fans to kind of do what they want. It's why there's like a fucking million Sonic fan games and fan animations and general stuff. And so technically Richard Kuta's Indiegogo campaign would probably have been just fine. However, while all this drama was going on, tragedy would strike, one that for once had nothing to do with Rich. On August 31st, 2010, the Sonic fandom learned that Ben Hurst, chief writer for Season 2 of the Sonic SatAM cartoon, the man who many looked up to and saw as the genius behind the show, and the one who always was eager to engage with the community and answer fans' questions, the one who did eventually share all his ideas to all the fans when he was unsuccessful in being able to make his movie that was stolen away from him by Ken Penders, Ben Hurst had suddenly passed away. He was only 59 years old. For many, this marked an end of an era. Any hope for a real season 3 of their show had then died alongside Ben as well. Many took this time to pay their respects online, with a memorial being made on the FUS website citing people's admiration for the man who touched their lives through his writing. This was also a time when many reflected upon the past few years of their life, that maybe it was okay that the show never would continue on. Maybe it's better it just remain a happy memory. A show from the childhood that brought them all together. Something that would serve as inspiration. A kindle to their flames inspiration. And maybe it was time to finally grow up and let it go. After all, nothing lasts forever. And that is what the vast majority of the fanbase ended up doing. But Richard Kuta felt different. Once again, Rich was faced with a choice: to let go and move on, or to carry forward full speed ahead, letting the tragedy only fuel his blind passion all the more, despite seemingly no one wanting or caring about his project by this point. And as you might have guessed, Rich once again chose the latter. Quote, "I know Ben Hurst was never much of a big-time celebrity, but this really affected me when I heard the news. He was a creative inspiration to me, and I'll never forget the conversations we had spanning from 1998 to 2008. I recall when he announced his plans of developing a Season 3 movie, and how Sega rejected it. When I initiated contact with him, I was only 18 years old and expressed empathetic support of his efforts. He even gave me advice on how to be a success and what approaches to take for future projects. Then throughout college, the idea sparked of a Sonic movie, and that continuing ambition has never fizzled out. He was there to guide me like a wise old sage, and now that he's departed from us, the motivation in me is more so fueled in accomplishing the goals that he left unfinished. This is why I'm announcing that my fan film will be dedicated to the memory of the man that gave us old school Sonic fans a reason to support this dying franchise." Come on, Rich, stop trying to make Ben's passing about you, please. He told you many times to stop contacting him and to stop using his name for things. And you're trying to say he was like a father figure to you? You did this on Retro 2. I lost one of my best friends and you're trying to pimp out your movie over his death. Just stop it already. Believe it or not, I did actually talk to him a lot during my college days. May not be on the phone, but email was just as good. And to clarify, he said I couldn't use his name when the film was official. But in 2008, he said I can acknowledge him in the fan film. But anyway, if you guys feel so strongly about me dedicating my film to him, then I'll remove his name. I really don't see why, since I'm trying to honor the guy. Aknotholeresident, this is in bad taste. It's like you're using the man's death to advertise your fan movie. This is something that you put at the beginning or the ending of a completed movie, not on a donation page. At least to me, this just feels wrong. You have no idea how much his death personally affected me. Not just because of Sonic, but of directing me in the right career path. Not only that, he is the very reason I even started the Sonic movie. I remember back in 2005 when I contacted him about possibly helping me pitch this to Sega. He politely passed on it and told me good luck. Even before then, I contacted him in 1998, when I was at a crossroads of what I wanted to do after high school. His interview on Sonic HQ regarding his Sonic movie inspired me, which led me to my initial contact with him. At that time, I was like a fanboy, and I asked him how I can achieve such greatness as him. He suggested attending an art college and taking courses relating to animation, creative writing, and such. I remember how excited I was when I told him that I graduated with a BFA degree. He was my support throughout college, and I can't really imagine what my life would have been if I didn't take his advice. It's almost like having a father figure that I always wanted, because my douchebag of a father never supported any of my ambitions. I probably would have been at some low-end junior college, stuck taking general ed classes and mediocre art courses. As you can see, you can probably understand why I feel it's appropriate to dedicate this film to his honor." Unquote. Now, in retrospect, there are two ways you can read these messages. Rich was either being honest and earnest in wanting his fan film to be in dedication to Ben Hurst, since regardless, it's obvious based on Rich's obsession with the show that he was a very important man to him. Or you can read it as nothing more than a man trying to use a great man's death to boost up his own projects. And while it seemed like pretty much everyone on that forum seemed to think it was the latter, to be honest, I'm a lot more inclined to believe the former. I just think that Richard Kuta was sadly rather fucking tone deaf, was all. And also, frankly, I think it was also because no one liked him, and so pretty much anything he was going to say on the topic was something that they were going to probably mock him for anyway. Not saying they didn't have a good reason to not like him, but still all the same. I do think Richard was being earnest here. But either way, truth be told, even if Richard Kuta is 100% genuine here, I'm not sure he really understood how little respect or care anyone in this community had for him at this point. Pretty much anything he said was going to leave a bad taste in everyone's mouth, and that's on top of everyone already being upset at Ben Hurst's passing. And to really put that to the test over if someone else wanted to try to make a Sonic fan film, would it be better received if it wasn't simply being made by Richard Kuta, that would ultimately come to pass. Yep, another Sonic fan film project, starring no less than Jaleel White, the original voice actor from the Sonic SatAM show, to voice Sonic in the film. Oh, and also the film had Doug Walker. So that's pretty cool, I guess. Mind you that this is only a short film, but it did actually end up getting finished, and while it's not exactly amazing by any means, it's still alright, and if nothing else, is just extremely novel, with it having Doug Walker in it, and it's sort of being the first of its kind. However, at the time, Rich was, to put it frankly, pissed off beyond belief, and extremely jealous that this other guy came in and managed to get Jaleel White on board for his fan film. While on the other hand, when Richard Kuta tried contacting Jaleel White back for his fan film, Jaleel never responded to his emails. Cuda would end up complaining about this in several places online, with, yet again, many people mocking him for it. Ultimately, it was all just sour grapes and hurt feelings, but at the same time, it must have been really sinking in for Richard Kuta that no matter how passionate he was about his fan film and this franchise and what have you, literally anyone else could have come in to try to make a fan film, and it would get much more support than anything that his efforts would come up with. And speaking of that, this whole fan film thing was happening during Kuda's Indiegogo campaign, so it was bad timing all around. I'm not really sure Kuda's morale could have been any lower than it was at that particular point in time, but our story will prove otherwise. Richard Kuda's Indiegogo was a failure, only mustering up $300 by its end. However, Rich, as always, was still determined, And so, I kid you not, he used the $300 to hire some animators, supposedly from Linternia Magica, a studio in Argentina responsible for Los Pintin Al Rescata and various other small projects contracted to them by Disney, Filmax, and what have you to create. And so, to Kuda's credit, he didn't just take the $300 and run off with it, he did actually utilize it to try to get something made for the film, all of which would result in the following clip uploaded to his channel in 2011.
The fear in your eyes indicates weakness. And if I may quote Charles Darwin, the weak is preyed upon by the strong. Terminate him!
Sonic! No, Tails.
Get out of here, guys.
Sonic, you can't be serious. He's too much of a match for you to fight alone.
Now!
Come on, Tails! It's about to get messy in there.
This would be the first real scene of Kuda's project. The first time all of his thoughts and ideas would be something actually viewable, and so too would it be the last. Speaking personally, the animation is definitely a little bit rough, and the dialogue is a little bit stiff at times, and this one scene where they're zooming in on Metal Sonic's eyes before they start glowing, where you see all the pixels on screen, is just not professional, to put it lightly. It's also not the worst thing I've ever seen either. Actually, to be honest, back when I saw it back in the day, I was actually kind of impressed by this. I don't really remember what caused me to eventually see this clip. I'm not really even sure I was aware it was something Richard Kuta was making, but I did think it was pretty cool, and looking at it now, I could definitely imagine a whole kind of cheaply animated but passionate animated film or even set of short episodes or short film in this style. I think it would have actually been pretty cool to see. If nothing else, for a fan project, it certainly had a lot of potential. But unfortunately, potential is nothing without results, and a fan project is nothing without fans to actually support it. And as you might imagine, this piece of animation was but one more thing to laugh and ridicule Richard Kuta over, with many noting how he wasted all his best years of his life on this subpar animated clip, and others simply mocked Rich for every other piece of drama that he had been associated with over the last few years. It would seem that this too was not enough. All of this eventually culminating in this clip where someone took the animation and made a song about Richard Kuta, his many failures, and diapers.
Swing your partner left and right, make sure their diaper's nice and tight. Color them flat or color them shaded, doesn't really matter how the good Lord made them. Richard Kuta throwing fits, sure glad I didn't ever donate to this. $300 all gone to waste, should've used it to get past first base. Now all we have is this piece of trash, I wouldn't even use it to wipe my ass. Come one, come all, gather all around, this here is the Metallica down.
Richard Kuta had made a short piece of animation, but at what cost? Was any of it ever worth it? If Rich was truly a blind fool running through the dark till now, seeing the reactions of all those who I believe he hoped to convince of his work through this clip, only to then still laugh and mock him even more after everything, it must have been a sort of breaking point, I would imagine. This was his ultimate failure. He followed that road, the road that he, at many points, could have stopped going down, to its logical conclusion, and now he found himself at a dead end once again, with no way back, and nothing ahead of him but the black hole that he had pushed himself into. This was defeat, and more than just of his passion project, but also of his reputation, and more than anything else, of himself. What made you keep coming back to the Sonic/SatAM fandom in spite of everything?
That's the funny enigma that is the Sonic franchise. I have so many other properties I'm a fan of, but there's just something so alluring with Sonic. I really can't explain it. The way how unpredictable Sega has been in the last decade, and how they've been handling the games, it's almost like a train wreck. Like, your curiosity gets the best of you because you just can't look away from the abominations and jarring decisions that they've made. From Sonic 06 to even the repulsive design that was initially advertised for the Sonic movie. It's like a beautiful disaster where you expect the worst but still hold on to this delusion that things are improving. And it's really depressing because back in the 90s and early 2000s, Sonic wasn't viewed as the joke as he is today. I mean, you have all these memes and self-deprecating humor that stem from Sega embracing their failures, which is horrible. And it's an unprofessional way of presenting themselves as a company. So basically, it's just hey, a new Sonic game was announced, I wonder how bad this one will be. And that's the mentality myself and so many other fans have adapted. This battered wife syndrome. We hate the abuse, but just keep coming back for more.
Richard Kuta failed, not because of how well or not well animated the short was. He failed because of all the wrong choices he made along the way. He made a public ass of himself, pinned the blame of his mistakes onto others, presented far, far, far too much of himself online, and most of all, never learned from his mistakes of the time, and thus repeated them time and time again. Richard Kuta had become a lolcow because he was predictable, and others took notice when he never cared to. Others stopped and laughed while he chose to continue to walk and carry on, and others shunned him when he chose to keep coming back to a bridge that was burned 20 times over. But in the end, he didn't really hurt anyone but himself, as by now any friends he had were long gone. Any enemies he had material to ruin his life forever at this point, and anyone who maybe once had faith in his projects no longer cared or lost faith in him some part along the way. Rich was truly all alone, the dark pit of the internet having swallowed him fully at last. His legacy was to be that of a laughingstock for others, and nothing more. And so, that was how our story had ended for a while. After the failure of the Sonic fan film, Richard left the public eye for several years, only lurking around from time to time, but no other major drama or craziness stemming from him. That is, until around 2015 or so, when Cuda started showing up a bit more often online, or perhaps people simply started to take notice of him again, though this time it would be away from forums and like, and instead on his own social media accounts, both old and new. For those who have read through Cuda's old Encyclopedia Dramatica page, or followed him back in the day, for one reason or another, this is where our story takes a turn into the modern era. For that reason, I'm going to start off by showcasing his new YouTube channel first, and what consists of it currently. Cuda's new YouTube channel, titled Richmunk at the time and Rich now, is an interesting hodgepodge of old art projects, childhood memories, indie music, and of course, Sonic the Hedgehog. Here you can watch his fan movie trailer and preview to this day, as well as several stop motion and animatic stuff that he did in the mid and late 2000s. One in particular which I found interesting was Game Boy 2007, which was apparently a skit Rich acted out for the short-lived Retro Rich show.
Yes! Gotcha now! Woo! Alright! Money Fire Flower, you saved my ass again. You want some of this, Koopa Stoopas? I didn't think so. What are you doing? Proving that I'm the undisputed video game champion of the world. What else? Okay, well, don't you have a show to do? Yeah, but that's not for a while. Relax, man, it's July. Ooh, boss time! FYI, it's actually September, and you've been playing that green screen white brick thing for 3 months now. Oh my god. You're right! How much time do we have? 30 seconds. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Wish me luck. Who the hell still plays Game Boy? I'm selling this thing on eBay.
But actually, funnily enough, according to the description of this series, or maybe even just this single video, actually came out originally on a website called Operator 11, which up until now, I had literally no clue what that was. But I guess the short answer is it was a place to upload videos like so many others that died out to the great leviathan that is YouTube. Amongst these early videos, you also have this video titled Drowning Simulation 2. Ominous. Around August of 2013, Rich would try and create a new series for this channel called Audio Files, where he reviewed new albums by bands he liked as they came out, which is an interesting thing to note, as one of the few things I have yet to bring up at this point in the video is that Richard Kuta has an extreme love for indie and alternative music of the time, and in fact a lot of his work, like actual paid work, came from creating album covers, posters, and all sorts of creative stuff for the scene in California. However, all the same, this series was short-lived. I'll say that it was actually a pretty good series though. I mean, every episode was pretty short and simple, but of all the things Cuda has created, I feel like he's very natural here. However, according to Rich, he had to stop this series because he was feeling burnt out on it. At the time, he was also working full-time at Oracle, which he ended up working there for around 7 years. And so anything creative was sort of on the back burner, or just the occasional thing during this period. Besides that though, you also have stuff like Richard singing along with the band Every Move a Picture's song Signs of Life, or Rich bouncing a ball around.
Oh shit. Oh no. No, seriously, how am I gonna get that the fuck out of there?
Or Rich snowboarding. Rich just kind of chilling for 2 minutes. Won't lie, I keep expecting him to light a cigarette with this footage or something. Then we get to some more interesting things, like Rich retelling moments from his childhood in this little series he made called Memories, some of which has actual footage of him as a kid playing with his siblings, or his Nintendo console, etc.
So one time, my friends and I kind of dared each other to jump on the opposite side of the monkey bars. If you gotta visualize that, basically you're like a couple feet suspended off the ground, and there's like two parts of it. You have the side bars, and then you have the ladder itself that you swing across. We were trying to jump on the actual side, like the right part of it. So what we did is we climbed on the tallest part of the structure, and we would just lunge out as far as we could and try to jump on there and latch on. It was a very scorching day outside. People were getting sweaty, so of course, naturally, when I made the attempt, I did make it, but my hand slipped, but the momentum of my feet kicked over my head, and I did like a triple flip in the air, and I landed on my arm, shattering it in 2 places.
Wow, Rick, did you finally get it?
I finally...
Why are you ripping the box up?
Because it's stuck.
Rick, don't rip it apart. Boy, did you ever see a kid? Oh, good, Rick.
Don't worry, it will work. Now you're supposed to go. No, okay. I don't have to. When I punch you in the stomach, you. Do an uppercut like this.
But I'm sure you might be wondering, where the hell's the Sonic stuff? Well, Rich also has a video where he shows off his new toys of his favorite SatAM characters, which he had custom made.
You know, Santa, you're 25 years late, but you know what? I forgive you. Oh my god, these are so fucking badass. Look at the detail on these. Isn't that incredible? It's almost show accurate to every proportion. I'm just gonna let you guys soak this in because this is just incredible. Never in my life did I think I would ever see SatAM figures. Oh man, just soak it in. And look at the fine craftsmanship. I'm just gonna diligently rotate them here so you can see every angle. I mean, look at that. They even have their little stands and everything. Well, for 25 years, this is what I've always wanted, especially as a SatAM Sonic fan. Oh, sorry, Tails. I didn't mean to knock you out of the spotlight. What the hell? Why can't you stand? Why are you standing? Oh, damn it. Okay, I'll figure something out. But anyway, guys, yes, these are genuine Sally Acorn and Bunny Rabbit figurines. I mean, if I could actually get a little bit closer here, you could see all the fine detail that was incorporated into it. Look at that! Nicole looks exactly how she did in the show. Oh my god. I mean, I feel like I'm in a fantasy world right now because this is what I've been dreaming about since I was a kid. And the fact that somebody out there made this long-awaited dream of mine come true is just nothing short of a miracle. Man, it's so surreal to me that I'm actually in possession of something this pristine, this accurate. The fact that Sega has squandered 25 years of this opportunity to make SatAM Archie toys or figures or collectibles of some sort, and once again the fans come to the rescue. Oh my god. I am gonna cherish these like my own kids. Alright guys, Merry Christmas! Let's see who's at the door. Oh, is this who I think it is? It's my main man, Rotor! He
finally arrived! This makes number 3. Yes, can't believe after all these years, I'm getting more and more of my favorite Sonic characters in plush form. Oh, he looks fantastic. Look at the stitching, look at the detail on that. Oh my god, it's so accurate. I love it. Backwards hat and everything. Chillin' 90s style. Yep, Rotor Walrus. He's here.
Thanks, Sugar. Ow! Oh, my stars. I'm just falling apart.
You dropped this.
Nicole?
Rich was pretty happy to get these things, as you can see. He is, after all, a pretty big fan of Sally Acorn, something which is an interesting note for things to come, shall we say. Amongst these videos, there's also Rich's reactions toward the actual official Sonic the Hedgehog movie that came out. Yeah, as the guy who worked so damn hard to try to get his movie made, you might imagine there finally being an official Sonic film being made caught his interest. And it might have stung just a little, but I do suppose it had been many years ago by this point in time.
Alright guys, the moment of truth. I heard that the poster was displayed here, so... Oh my god, there it is. This is real, guys. This is happening. This is, yeah. It's Sonic the Hedgehog movie poster. It's real. It's not photoshopped. It's not a meme. This is legit. Paramount is very serious about this, apparently. And, I've waited 25 years for a Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Not exactly what I anticipated. It's going to be a very interesting 2019. I'm going to go cry.
Almost everybody hated the original Sonic movie design, so I suppose it's not all that surprising that Rich didn't like it either. However, once the film was delayed and ended up redesigning the entire character design for Sonic, a lot of people became a lot more optimistic about the film, Rich included. There also are some videos that he has since taken down, videos of what appears to be Cuda dressed up in a cosplay as Sally Acorn and sneaking around. Now, outside of YouTube, Cuda was also quite active on Twitter, as well as several other social media platforms, something which others took note of. The others this time being the internet gossip forum of Kiwi Farms. Nowadays, not many people get new Encyclopedia Dramatica pages, or even know how to get on that fucking website half the time. Also, the site, while interesting as a bit of internet history, was frankly not the most accurate source of information a lot of the time. Since then, documentation of interesting internet individuals usually falls to the users of Kiwi Farms, and so I suppose it was only a matter of time until Richard Kuta would end up getting a thread of his own. All the same, for someone to have an active Kiwi Farms thread, you kinda gotta be doing something to be worth talking about. And while Cuda's thread does have over 20 pages, it pales in comparison to many, and I do mean many, of the others on the website. Most of it is going over a lot of the stuff I've already talked about here in this video. A lot of stuff from Encyclopedia Dramatica as well, getting sort of reshared. With that being said, what kind of new stuff can be found there? Well, to start, the thread opens on December 23rd of 2015, at which time Cuda had a Tumblr account and a YouTube account called Eyeside Tape. Now, both of these accounts have since been deleted, so a lot of the info and original context seems to have been completely lost to time, with only forum user summaries to go by since no one documented it either. It seems though as Cuda's Tumblr was used as a sort of personal journal, Cuda giving his thoughts on various subjects, such as his past relationships, his viewpoints on the other sex, sex-related stories, and of course, diapers. Again, I unfortunately cannot read what these messages said in full, so I don't really know much about them outside of their headers. But based on those headers, I can certainly tell you it was a case of Richard Kuta yet again sharing way too much of his personal life experiences. Another topic that's brought up by the OP of the thread, Ichigo Peron, is that they used to work with Kuda's trolls back in the day, the two that I referred to earlier on and that Kuda also referred to along the lines of Spax 3, those two being Snake and Sega Kool-Aid. And while I don't know a whole lot else about these individuals, even after quite a bit of research into them, according to Ichigo Peron, Snake committed suicide at some point, while Sega Kool-Aid was apparently incarcerated on conviction of DUI manslaughter. Fucking yikes. Meanwhile, on the YouTube channel front, it seems Cuda was using the Eyeside Tape channel to post his ABDL and other diaper-related shenanigan videos. No doubt, fucking around in his crib, wearing diapers, probably playing with toys, or talking about how this is normal or something. But again, these videos and this channel are lost to the sands of time, since it seems no one took the effort to document anything, at least to my knowledge, so moving on I suppose. Another discovery in the thread is that Cuda has quite the history of posting ABDL related offers on Craigslist, with the following being a few examples of that. Quote, "The year is almost over, and I find myself still single and frustrated. With that said, I'll be upfront. I've been active in the ABDL community for over a decade, and even embraced a lifestyle that has been adapted into my identity. Basically, I'm seeking an ABDL girlfriend, a woman that's into regression and diapers, open-minded, quirky, playful, affectionate, within the age range of 25 to 35, and lives anywhere within the San Francisco Bay Area. As you can see in my profile pics, I have the appropriate accommodations, since my apartment is a giant nursery, as that contains a queen-size crib, large play area, lots of toys, and plenty of diapers. With that said, let's get a conversation going and see what develops. Hopefully we can start 2016 on a positive note, since this year has been extremely lonely and nobody to play with. When responding, please put huggies in the subject line," unquote. This would later be updated by the time he turned 34 at around 2015, where much of the same was being said on his profile, though there are two major differences. It seems around 2015, Richard Kuta experimented with the idea of being a trans-ager, as that possibly being the crux of his diaper shit, since he, again, claims it's not sexual, and that maybe he's more of a trans-ager, as he puts it, as in he's able to transition to being a baby and then back into being an adult. It's frankly extremely fucking weird. No two ways around it. But then, near the very end of this particular post, he then says some rather troubling things, at least in regards to himself and any future partners. Quote, "Of course, it's not all sunshines and rainbows. There's an ongoing affliction that I've been struggling with. One that has led to depression, self-loathing, and even suicidal tendencies. Finding a woman who understands and supports me. Without going into further detail, I'll be blunt. My relationship history has been a chaotic one, not due to my identity crisis, but just being around those who were close-minded and unwilling to explore outside of their safe zone. When you're engulfed with such negativity for several years, it takes a toll on your self-esteem, to where you feel unworthy of existence. Unquote. Which isn't exactly the most, let's say, attractive thing to put on your profile thing, trying to attract others, but also seems to imply that Richard Kuta's other relationships seem to have broken down as soon as the diaper stuff got involved, which is probably why, for the last few years around this time, he tried being extremely upfront about it, and possibly also tried being extremely upfront about any other issues he was dealing with. But spoiler alert, it didn't really lead to much of anything. Again, there was a lot of stuff that he posted around this time pertaining to this sort of stuff, but I'll spare you reading all of them because most of it is kind of just the same thing over and over and over again. If you haven't noticed, I've also been kind of sparing about which pictures I show of him, since there does exist a lot of pictures of Richard Kuta wearing a diaper. But for YouTube purposes, I'm either going to be censoring those or just not showing the full picture. Including, might I add, where actually one of his Craigslist ads was slightly successful, and not in a relationship, mind you, but apparently there was one woman who was willing to babysit him, I guess, around 2012. And there was a couple pictures of the two together for the short interaction, I suppose, that was had there. Also, at some point around here, Richard Kuta would find out about the Kiwi Farms forum thread, and would rather angrily lament about it on his Eyesight Tape Tumblr page, which yet again didn't seem to be documented. Another topic that was brought up a fair bit during all this time was Kuta's politics, his stance on voting, etc. I won't read all that since it's mostly Facebook politic rants, but the TLDR is he thought that voting for Romney or Obama was the lesser of two evils, then randomly changed his mind later on, stating, quote, "Romney lost, and that's all that matters. Common sense prevails over religion," unquote, whatever that's supposed to mean. Also, when Trump won in 2016, let's just say Kuta was not happy about that in the slightest. In fact, he almost got fired at his job over the whole fucking ordeal. It would seem, much like our old pal Spoonie, Richard Kuta was rather single-minded when it came to this problem and just simply could not stop talking about it. Later on in the Kiwi Farms thread, people did start to actually copy and paste his Q&A stuff from his Eyesight Tape profile on Tumblr, which, might I add, seems to have been full of both very personal questions and even more personal answers, with one particularly strange example being this one. Quote, Anonymous asked, "Were you ever into porn as a teen or in general? Magazines, videos, or webcam girls?" To which Richard Kuta responds, "May sound strange, but no. I remember my dad encouraged me to read Playboy and watch porn tapes when I was in high school, but they never generated any arousal from me. What did, and I'm dead serious, was 90s Sonic the Hedgehog comics, the SatAM cartoon and fanfiction, back when both were good. I had an obsession over Princess Sally and Bunny Rabbit, but mostly Sally. Whenever I was attempting to watch porn or look at Playboy spreads, I'd picture her for the longest time. I thought I was asexual because I was never turned on by human women, unless they were in diapers. Yeah, I'm definitely an anomaly," unquote. Might I just add that who the fuck was the weirdo that asked him if he was into watching porn as a teenager? And why was his dad encouraging him to do that? But regardless, then later on in late 2016, YouTuber Pan Pizza, aka Rebel Taxi, had Cuda on as a guest for his Pizza Party podcast. The podcast was made during a time when Cuda was still going by Eyesight Tape, and notably he describes his YouTube channel at the time as making adult baby diaper lover comedy skits and stuff to make other ABDL community members feel comfortable doing what they're doing. And then later on the conversation goes into more Sonic related topics and Kuda's general backstory online. During this time, Richard Kuta also would end up making a post on his Facebook about the teenagers of a certain ethnicity in his neighborhood and some of the things that they were doing, which I guess I'll go ahead and just read in full real quick. Quote, "Since I'm moving before spring, I have 4 years of pent-up rage. I need to vent. As you all know, I live in the armpit of Silicon Valley, known as East Palo Alto. I really hate to be that guy. It's sad that I've become bitter and cynical living in this environment, but I have to say it. I fucking hate Mexican teenagers. Those ghetto-ass thugs who loiter in the courtyard, doing drugs, shouting racial slurs, being abusive to their girlfriends, vandalizing property, and making threats to me and other tenants. These kids refuse to listen. The cops have been here several times and haven't done a damn thing to control this ongoing issue, and I'm fed up with it. I have to deal with this shit every fucking day, where my life is in constant danger of being mugged or physically hurt. And what's embarrassing is that I'm a 34-year-old man that's being intimidated by these little punks. I swear, if I was more burly, I'd knock their asses to the floor and cave their skulls in with a cinder block. I don't give a fuck if they're in high school. These are the type of people that need to be euthanized, because they serve no purpose in society. Oh, but I'm only scratching the surface, because I can go on about the ineptitude of the management and the lack of courtesy of my neighbors, unquote. If you couldn't tell, Richard Kuta was venting about a lot of things. In fact, it seemed as though, no matter where you looked, his mind was like an open book at the time. However, then skipping ahead by a lot, there really isn't much else that happens in this thread, besides Cuda posting more personal videos, including one about his issues with his father, and other such things that once again are lost to time. He also makes some rather heated Facebook posts around this time though, including him getting a new job around early 2018, and him ranting about his job at Oracle and his distaste for his then manager, and other general job-related rant posts. There was, of course, more diaper-related content as well, all of which was just as cringy as you might imagine. This continued until eventually something happened, and Cuda was notified that he would have to leave his then apartment. I believe this was due to some financial issues of some sort, though there was obvious online speculation that it had something to do with his diaper-related fetishes and what have you. But as far as I'm aware, there's never been a concrete answer as to why he was getting kicked out of his apartment. In response though, he did a live stream talking about how he might be homeless for a while, and that he's gonna have to get rid of all his adult baby diaper lover related stuff. And while the full stream seems lost, this clip of it remains.
This stream, or any of the previous ones for that matter, but this is kind of an important one that I'm really reluctant to even do, since there's a lot of personal shit that I'm going through right now, and I don't want to get into it until more people kind of file in, since it's basically life-altering, and I didn't think that anything like this could happen so suddenly like this. You feel that, you know, you pursue your goals, you overcome obstacles, but then the world just constantly shits on you. And the ultimate, it's just like the ultimate shit blast, basically, is what happened to me today. And I'm really fucking devastated about how just this all fell apart in a matter of hours, basically. I'm being evicted from my apartment, and they're not giving me any reason why. And on top of that, I was laid off from my job, since they told me that it was seasonal and they didn't need me anymore. So it just kept adding on the pile there. So what I'm trying to say, guys, is I need to find a place to live within 30 days. I can't afford to do it since I'm not working now, and the cost of moving in my situation is going to be more than what's in my bank account right now. So I really hate to do this to you guys, but I'm going to create a PayPal donation link, and if anybody can contribute anything, I'd really appreciate it. My parents and my friends, they're not helping me. I have no idea who to turn to. If anybody in the chat wants to say anything, or at least give me some type of advice, I'd really appreciate it about now, because I'm kind of losing hope in everything at this point. You don't think you could wake up one day and you receive a phone call that you're laid off from your job, and then you get a knock on your door like an hour and a half later, and it's your landlord handing you an eviction notice. This fucking bullshit right here. And the thing that really infuriates me is the fact that they're not telling me why they're evicting me. They kept saying, oh, it's confidential, we can't disclose that. Bullshit! I have paid my rent on time. I have never been delinquent with any of my payments. I've been a good tenant. I haven't caused any type of conflict with anybody. I got along with my neighbors, so I don't know what the fuck's going on. And yeah, I do have an estimate. Because the cheapest housing is around $1,100. So count that, and the security deposit, which is $1,500, and then I gotta pay my remaining rent at my current apartment, which is $2,500. So I need roughly $5,000 just to fucking move, even if it's to the cheapest fucking place. I really appreciate that. I'm selling everything. My ABD lifestyle is officially, it's over. I'm gonna have to sell the crib. I'm gonna have to sell a lot of my toys, all the clothing, and the diapers. They're all gonna go. They're all gonna fucking go. God damn it. I'm really trying to get myself together, because when your life is practically in shambles, when you're going to be living on the street, when you're going to be begging for any type of job, you don't know what to do. I did speak to my landlord. I had a 2-hour conversation with her, and she's just the most inconsiderate, bitchy person I have ever spoken to. She actually doesn't give a fuck about my situation. She just says, I need to find a place within 30 days, and they're gonna penalize me if I don't. I mean, there's no such thing as sympathy anymore. It's just like these greedy motherfuckers.
He did end up finding a different place to live, mind you, but the damage was already done. I think the whole situation might have been a bit of a wake-up call for Cuda, especially since I'm sure he had to get rid of a lot of that stuff when moving into a different place. And shortly after, Cuda decided to delete all of his diaper-related skits, all of his eyesight tape profiles and stuff, just basically a complete nuking of all of it. This would appear to be the last time Cuda made diaper stuff his defining trait online, which was an obvious far cry from the days of old when he seemed rather ashamed of it all, into the eyesight tape era of full embrace, and then finally on into, well, the era of now, where Cuda seems to want to distance himself from this past and holds some very deep regrets over posting so many pictures of himself in Rugrat attire. And there's actually another update regarding this that I'll get to by the very end of the video. But regardless, to say Cuda had made a mistake posting this stuff online would be a really big fucking understatement. I don't pretend to understand his diaper-wearing lifestyle, or frankly any of this really weird shit, but surely these things could have been kept private. So much of Richard Kuta's life has been ruined by him posting pictures online for all to see of himself in such a state. It happened back when he was trying to make a film, and then it later was actually the catalyst for what caught many people's attentions again on the Kiwi farms. It would be one thing if he didn't care about what others thought of him, but if it's not been made quite clear throughout this whole video, he indeed does care quite a bit about what other people think of him. So the whole thing's all just so befuddling, especially because in the eyes of many, the whole diaper wearing stuff seems sort of connected with pedophilia. And there are indeed cases of this, and I won't go into the weeds of all this, but just so we're clear, Richard Kuta has never done anything to groomed any or shown any interest in minors of any kind. So, in case you're wondering, no, this is not where this sort of story goes. But regardless, in the eyes of many, just wearing diapers and pretending to be a baby is already kind of creepy enough. And no one had to know he was into any of this stuff. And so, once again, it is Cuda's own fault for posting all of this and sharing so much personal information about himself. Stuff that I frankly wouldn't really want to know about anyone. That said, there is yet another facet of Cuda's online presence, that being his then Twitter account. And after he deleted all the Eyeside Tape stuff, it seemed to be his new creative outlet for all sorts of stuff. But in particular, a strange sort of roleplay that he had with Sally Acorn. I'll just read a few posts from that Twitter and I think you'll get the idea of what I'm talking about. Quote, "Ah yes, the infamous pinup circa 1995. I can't tell you how many times I masturbated to this in junior high. Mina, Sally, have you seen my... I'll come back later. Thanks." And, I'm not showing the whole picture here, but, Sally Acorn is clearly, pissed in an adult diaper. Sally farts loudly. Me, shut the fucking door. Are you kidding me? Mina, laughing. Nicole, disgusted. Me, Sally, is there a reason why you always shove your ass in my face? I didn't say stop. So yeah. Cuda had this whole thing where he seemed to be role-playing as his Sonic OC of the time, Richmunk, and his interesting relationship with Sally Acorn and the other Archie/Sonic SatAM cartoon-related characters. He also had a whole backstory he created over on his DeviantArt page, based on the fact that Sally Acorn was being left behind by Sega, with the Archie comics falling apart and ending, and thus, he also made up a story that Sally was dumped by Sonic himself as well, in much the same way that the Sonic fanbase had cast Cuda aside, and thus started the lovely, and frankly, fucking weird relationship of Richard Kuta, or, I'm sorry, Richmunk and Sally Acorn. So, what was up with the relationship you had with Sally Acorn on Twitter?
Oh boy, we're getting into the nitty-gritty. Okay, so I'll be upfront. I've always had a crush on her, like from junior high and onward. She just represented the perfect girl to me growing up, but I think that's based on my own insecurities regarding women. But anyway, SatAM's 25th anniversary was approaching, since this was like the fall of 2018, and initially I wanted to do something to celebrate this momentous occasion. So, after several years, it brought me back into making Sonic fan art again, which I produced several posters. And basically it helped convey my love of the series, which are available on my personal site and my DeviantArt gallery. So this kind of rekindled my interest in SatAM. It had me a bit nostalgic for the days of when I was actively involved in the community, because after the fan film debacle, I left the community in early 2011 and focused my energy on other things. And that disconnect really helped me put perspective on my life and how I was basically squandering my time in the Sonic community in general. So while I was producing all this fun SatAM art back in 2018, I started a little roleplay on Twitter to create this believable narrative of the freedom fighters interacting with my chipmunk OC. And it somehow gained attention to where I took the roleplay in a different direction, and it primarily focused on my growing relationship with Sally. And the justification for this is that Archie recently canceled the comic book, and they announced that Sonic wasn't allowed to be in a relationship anymore with this upcoming IDW deal. And I played around with that and created this backstory of how Sonic and Sally went through a horrible breakup, to where Sonic not really left Sally, but also the freedom fighters. So in other words, Sonic is an asshole in this story. But I noticed the attention my roleplays were getting, mostly negative, and I used that to my advantage, because After all the years of the Sonic fanbase abusing me, it was now my turn to retaliate, and the best way I could was to troll. So, the innocent story of Sally and I building a relationship became more sexually exaggerated, where she started to experiment and act goofy and stupid and all that. And believe it or not, I based her new personality on real life experiences I've had with women, because, you know, they're not all sunshine and butterflies. I should know because I have an older sister, and I'm sure anyone who has a sister can relate. They'll announce when they fart, make crazy hypotheticals regarding dares, have their little awkward moments in public. It's why Sally acted out of character. She was no longer tethered to Sega or Archie, and my OC was basically teaching her how to cut loose and be more playful. So it's cute, but in a strange way, it was also my way of living vicariously through my childhood fantasies. And I sincerely enjoyed tweeting these role plays because it simulated like having a second life. Then it just completely went off the rails when me, Sally, Nicole, and fucking Mina Mongoose shared an apartment in downtown Mobotropolis and formed a band together. So, yeah, I think I had too much fun with that, but it is what it was, so I had my fun.
Before I would end up interviewing Richard Kuta for this video, though, he actually appeared on yet another podcast by the name of Clubspin, hosted by then Sonic drama-related YouTube channel Dillin Thomas. That interview went quite well, and honestly seemed like Cuda had sort of won the people in that podcast over. This, however, did not last for long, and while I won't go into all the details because frankly it's rather stupid, the short version is, because everyone was so cordial and chill during this interview, Dillin's fanbase apparently thought Dillin was now friends with Richard Kuta, and since Dillin Thomas kind of made a whole career off of ripping into Sonic-related lolcows several times over and kind of grifting off the whole Christian shit, and had done multiple videos before on Richard Kuta before this, it seems like they didn't really approve. Or maybe just a few of them didn't approve? I don't really know for sure. But either way, it was enough of a reaction that Dillin Thomas felt the need to save face, and would thusly make his stance on Richard Kuta very clear. The following is a message that he originally posted on Twitter that has since been deleted, along with most of his social media presence to be honest, but that's a story for a different time perhaps. It was posted right after the posting of this interview. Quote, "Okay, gonna say this now because I keep hearing people say that I like Richard Kuta. I'm on his side and a lot of other dumb shit. I do not like Cuda. Cuda is a diaper-loving retard. I have made fun of him in the past, and I will make fun of him in the future. I am not his friend. I have Richard Kuta on my podcast because, like it or not, he is important to the history of the Sonic fandom. I was nice to him when he was on the podcast because I would like to be able to have more guests on in the future, something that will not happen if you roast them in the interview. Because I was nice to Cuda during our interview, I got to know a lot of info I wanted to know for years regarding his Sonic SatAM revival project. I'm going to have him in my comic as a joke. I will also put in Bloodshot, Cold Steel, and other memes too later. I was nice to him in that episode, just like I was nice to Sammy. It doesn't change how I feel about these people and their past shenanigans on the internet. You guys should really stop reading too deep into this shit. It's just an interview." Unquote. Richard, for obvious reasons, felt betrayed by this since, I mean, Dillin Thomas did just admit to using Richard Kuta and pretending to be nice to him for the sake of manipulation and views. Which, honestly, I'm not really sure why Dillin Thomas thought this was a good move regardless, even if that was truly how he felt. Why he would then state this publicly on Twitter, ensuring that he will definitely not get any people to be interviewed by him in the future, since they will now know that he's just being fake and is more than willing to shit on them in the future later on, is certainly a play, to say the least. But regardless of what you think of either of these individuals, this was what many might say was a bit of a pointless, cutthroat move, since I'm sure Dillin could have just ignored the comments and simply moved on. But Dillin Thomas, I'm sure not unlike that of Richard Kuta, was very desperate for the fanbase's approval at that time. And so instead of just simply ignoring this stuff and moving on to the next subject, Dillin would go on to double and triple down and make several more videos mocking Richard Kuta afterwards. Dillin Thomas had a lot more drama after this in his own embarrassing incidents that maybe is worth a video of its own in the future. His Kiwi Farms thread is literally over 6 times longer than Kuda's after all, but that's neither here or there for now. All the same, Cuda was starting to have a light shine down on him yet again because of this interview, and due to this, Richard Kuta would end up deleting his then Twitter account and all the role-playing stuff afterwards, and go rather quiet for a time until we reach the final milestone of the story currently. Now, this is quite a complicated bit of drama, so bear with me as I give you the rundown. So the Rally for Sally movement, in short, was an effort to get the character of Sally Acorn into the Sega Hardlight developed mobile game, Sonic Dash. You can kinda see what the gameplay looks like from the game on screen now, but what's notable about it is that there's a lot of characters that were often considered forgotten, or at the very least very underused, were already getting to be playable characters in this Sonic Auto Runner. With that in mind, the stage was set for fans to try and, well, rally behind this fan favorite character and get her into the game. But of course, I think it does run a tad bit deeper. It's more than just getting her into a mobile game. In many ways, it would be the first stepping stone to this character being acknowledged by Sega again, since many Sonic SatAM and Archie fans feel as though their favorite character sort of got left behind, with some even calling the characters non-canon since then, or saying that Sega doesn't own them, and that Ken Penders does, even though on several occasions, including again very recently, it has been confirmed that Ken Penders himself does not own the Freedom Fighter characters from Sonic SatAM. This is a common point of confusion because Ken Penders does own all of the original Archie comic Sonic characters, like his various Knuckles recolors. And many people are still of the mind that Archie Sonic comics came before the cartoon Sonic SatAM, when in fact Sonic SatAM came first and Sega does own those characters. So bearing this in mind, this Rally for Sally movement was kind of a big deal for this part of the fanbase. The whole thing was first conceptualized and ran by a user named Alex Hedgehog, or sometimes known as Nintendo Dude. And of course, this being a SatAM related project, Richard Kuta eventually joined in to help with the said project. This was, after all, a chance for more representation of the Archie/SatAM fanbase, which have been hungry for pretty much anything like that in the main franchise proper for 27 years, nearly 3 decades. There was, admittingly, a bit of anger moving this movement as well. Anger and frustration that stemmed from characters Tangle and Whisper from the IDW Sonic comics being announced as new playable characters for this mobile game, of which they were still very new characters, and to the Archie and Sonic SatAM fanbase, showcased a clear favoritism towards the new comics over the old ones that had nothing of the sort given to them pretty much ever. Now that said, Richard, even though for the most part he hadn't really been engaged in any meaningful way with the Sonic fandom for years at this point, his name still had a lot of controversy, and while the head people behind the movement knew Cuda was helping the project, he simply went by the alias of Trent Dalton publicly to keep controversy away from said project. but also in Kuda's own words, as a means to surprise everyone later on that he contributed towards something that a lot of people wanted, and maybe he succeeded in helping in come to fruition in an attempt to show that he was a changed man, that his old failures and tales from the past don't define him anymore, and maybe warm people up to him once more. This was, well, we'll get to that in a moment. But at any rate, this movement went on for some time, the campaign going off pretty well and even eventually successfully getting trending on Twitter. Kuda himself actually made several posters and the like for the movement, and paid over $1,000 to get Sonic VAs from Sonic SatAM and the games and the like to voice their support for Sally Acorn as well, with Alex Hedgehog writing their scripts. This was quite the bold and impressive move to get all these voices of the franchise on board like this, with the following being some examples of that.
Alright out there, you loathsome little peons. It is I, Dr. Robotnik. And as much as I despise those loathsome freedom fighters, I do miss the dear princess. And so I say unto you, rally for Sally, so that I may roboticize her. Laugh with me. That's enough.
Bonsoir, it is Antoine de Coulette from Sonic the Hedgehog. As you know, all of you Rally for Sally supporters out there are very working hard to do all of this that you can. We love Sally.
Hey, y'all, just a little old rabbit here telling you that we need to rally for Sally. Now, she may be a tough cookie, but she needs a ladylike helping hand. So let's get in there and rally for Sally, huh?
However, looming in the background of all this was trouble for the movement, and Cuda notably. As one of the other core members of the Rally for Sally movement, Kojiro Brichard, or simply Koji, had been leaking info to user AWF, a guy who wasn't very much a fan of this movement, shall we say. But also, notably, he was also leaking info to Dillin Thomas. Now, what info was Koji leaking to them? Well, what else than that Richard Kuta was involved with this project. This would lead to the both of them, both AWF and Dillin Thomas, as well as others, calling Kuda out on the official Sega Hardlight Discord server, posting pictures of him in diapers, telling everyone about his past, and generally putting a bad image on both him and by extension the Rally for Sally movement, which would even lead to Richard Kuta getting kicked from the Sega Hardlight Discord server, with this official statement being given to him. Quote, "Hello, Richmunk. This may be a bit sudden, but from several different sources we have been pointed towards your social media history. After reviewing, we have found your online presence to be inappropriate and offensive. Therefore, we have decided to ban you from the Sega Hardlight server. I am happy to answer questions about this, but I would suggest being cautious to ensure your online identity doesn't tarnish your campaign." Unquote. Things were reaching a boiling point by now. On Christmas, God, it's always Christmas for Kuda, isn't it? When Koji was once more goading AWF and leaking DMs, which led to the team kicking Koji from the project of Rally for Sally. But the damage had already been done, as once more, all the details about Kuda's involvement were leaked to Dillin Thomas. And things were getting harder to control, as Dillin Thomas started leaking all this stuff via his YouTube channel. It would seem that, despite Kuda's hopes, people were not willing to take his kind gestures, no matter what he does. There will always be those who want to expose his past, to mock him, find ways to ruin whatever good faith he has in those around him. And by the end of that year, Kuda, it would seem, had finally had enough. The Sonic community that mocked him, the Sonic community members that helped in ensuring his creative projects became failures, community members who hired him to work alongside him, only to then mock him and expose him once more from the darkness, and those community members who would, and never will, let his past die. It is immortal, like a diaper full of so much shit superglued to his ass. There was simply no escape. Even if Richard Kuta had not really hurt anyone, it was foolish, in truth, to think coming back and trying his hand at showing how much he had changed was ever going to go well. Like it or not, the internet never forgets your failures, your mistakes, your cringe. Even after 10 years, Cuda's legacy would forever be the man who complained about green-eyed Sonic, the man who failed at making a Sonic film, and the man who wears diapers. And so, Cuda officially revealed himself as the contributor of the Rally for Sally movement, but since many already knew that anyway, Cuda added something extra, a lot extra. Over 10 years of frustration, embarrassments, and very recent betrayals all led to Cuda writing a rant entitled, "The Chipmunk is no longer playing chicken." Now, I won't read through all of it because it's frankly a lot, and some of it is kind of stuff we already went over, or are too minor of dramas to even cover here. Like when Cuda used someone else's art without their permission, and there was this big fuss about how graphic designers aren't even real artists, etc. It's frankly unimportant, alongside with Cuda's complaints about the IDW Sonic comics, which people take issue with because he doesn't like them, I guess. So instead, we will cover the majority of the rant's major points pertaining to this drama. Quote, "Just a preface, you're going to be here for a while, cause there's a load of dirty laundry to air out. No doubt that 2020 was the year of devastation, but also self-reflection. I mean, a global pandemic essentially forced us to restructure our lives. And here in California, we also had to deal with rampaging forest fires that poisoned the air for 2 months. Feels like a coma-induced dream just even mentioning all that. But world disasters aside, I've also found 2020 to be the most productive I've ever been in terms of freelance gigs, leisure art, and group projects during the quarantine. Under an alias I was forced to go under due to my reputation. But the crux of this post is requesting for those who still unceasingly attack me over irrelevant matters that have been long resolved need to get over themselves. Constantly harassing me, spreading misinformation, and making idle threats like a high school bully over the most insignificant shit is just sociopathic. Time heals wounds, and people can improve, but many toxic individuals refuse to let me, hence why I went incognito for almost a year to rebuild my name, mostly working with the hashtag Rally for Sally crew. Redemption apparently is frowned upon because you know the Twitterverse can't thrive without drama, so allow me to finally set the record straight here. The massive contributions I've made to Rally for Sally last year is an example of the positive impact I've made with the Sonic community, as those positives outweigh the mistakes of the past. And if Sonic Twitter can take a page from that, then this place would be a little bit less dreadful. On the topic of Rally for Sally, there's a few things I must clarify since there are those who are spinning a narrative that is completely inaccurate. I was hired by @LineGutter, aka Koji, as the campaign's graphic designer and video editor in early last summer. Not only did I design the posters and produce the celebrity shoutout videos, but I later helped admin the Twitter account on a relatively frequent basis if other account users weren't available. But most notably, I paid all the voice actors, the ones who charged a fee, to assist with the campaign, $980 to be exact. Koji and the other Rally for Sally members can vouch for this. I literally have the receipts from all the expenses. While this was a movement initiated by Alex and Koji, the truth is that I was responsible for 90% of it by my own volition, where I can lend my skills to something I enjoy that could also be appreciated by many. I was deeply passionate about this ambitious event when I originally heard about it and was willing to sacrifice my savings to make it thrive. I didn't have to spend an exuberant amount of money on this, but I wanted to, considering that Sega Hardlight were extensively monitoring us since day one. It motivated me to put my best foot forward and ensure whatever work I was producing was top-notch, yet also emulated their branding. So those denouncing my involvement is not only insulting, but further solidifies how these salty people are ready to dismiss any of my efforts because I'm the failed SatAM movie guy, the Sonic 4 rant guy, or the Diaper guy. Ammunition that's been used against me for over 10 years to jeopardize my integrity. Now, in less than 3 months, my youth will be entering middle age. It's a frightening yet endearing stage of my life, where I prefer to live the way I want, without the fear and paranoia of being ridiculed for my harmless eccentricities. But then there are those close-minded assholes who continue to blow them out of proportion to out me as a freak. There were times where I was unapologetically open about certain aspects of my life, to where I was coerced into going public about it. This was around when someone leaked pics beyond my discretion, in order to blackmail me from firing them from a Sonic fan film project I was developing, after Sega of Japan rejected it as an official film in 2007. I thought the logical solution was to embrace it no matter what the reactions, instead of constantly being in denial. Denying it only exacerbated the issue, but it was a conflicting decision. This was when I went through a brief phase of filming YouTube videos under the user Eyesight Tape, 2013 to 2017. That, in hindsight, immediately crossed the line of decency. They were filmed in an artsy avant-garde style that many found bewildering, including my subscribers. In other words, I was innocently self-aware, but ignorantly playful about it. I have no control over who is circulating my old ABDL pics and videos, but all I can say in my defense is that I have never harmed anyone, nor did they involve minors. Most of those community-shared ABDL pics were taken at gatherings and parties with safe, restricted guidelines. Now people may feel uneasy from how my chipmunk character is portrayed on DeviantArt or for Affinity, but at the end of the day, it's all fantasy, and a very tame one at that. I honestly was never into porn, and most of my pleasurable desires are a PG-13 at best. And what's wrong with an artist having an imagination if it's not physically affecting myself or anyone else? And come on, if it were referring to Sonic fans, those sites are plastered with OCs and Sonic characters in much more disturbing settings. Lashing out at me of what's common in the Sonic fanbase is hypocritical. In relation, there's an ABDL/babyfur attached to this cancel camp who posts Sonic characters in diapers on the daily basis. Now, if you're a person who still wants to harshly judge me based on what happened a decade or so ago, then your priorities are twisted. I don't have the patience to deal with this type of immature and malicious conduct anymore. My focus right now is on my career and dealing with what I can as the world remains paralyzed. And knowing that the usual suspects unleashed vicious methods of exposing me on Christmas is a cautionary tale of how toxic and mean-spirited the Sonic fanbase actually can be. I guess trolling someone on Christmas is more important than spending time with family. And I'm the creep here? I'm zooming with my family, watching movies, and all this shit is unfolding unbeknownst to me until I was messaged about it. I may have gotten into conversations resulting in disagreements and tense discussions, but even that is making a mountain out of a molehill. If this was a court case, it would be immediately dismissed from how ridiculous this all is, and since these people couldn't dig up fresh dirt, indicates how desperate they are to launch pointless Twitter lynchings on me. You might as well be tattling to the teacher like a virtue-signaling little brat. And because of all the recent defamation and smearing of my name, certain reps of Sega Hardlight, who initially knew about my alias and was who I was working with, now have a soured impression of me. I've been making several attempts to sort this out for a while now, with the assistance of other Rally for Sally campaign members. Progress is still pending. I realize I'm infamous for many things in the Sonic fandom, which I've apologized for many times, but after years of affliction and enduring this ongoing abuse, then permit me to say, this cancel culture bullshit needs to stop. Nobody ever considers the consequences of their actions, as it can destroy someone's life socially and financially, as it almost did to me nearly 10 years ago, or even 1 year ago. It's like these people find a sick pleasure in watching someone suffer and have this morbid desire of never letting them succeed. They must drag them down to their level, because they have nothing better to do with their sad, pathetic lives. These hostile and instigative Sonic fans are the epitome of why this community can't have nice things, by thinking with their emotions and not by their logic. I do something nice for this fanbase during these turbulent times, and this is the gratitude I get? Well, thank you. Thank you for biting the hand that feeds. Now that I've come clean, I can proudly take credit for all the work I did last year, as Rich, instead of an alias. You guys can claim that hiding my identity is wrong, or that I lied about who I was, but after everything I've dispensed, I had every reason to do so. But overall, in the grand scheme of things, I've done nothing wrong to warrant an online witch hunt. If I'm able to better myself and to move on from my past, you can too. If you can't see value in someone's passion, talent, and positive intentions, then you need to check yourself. Holding on to old grudges when the person no longer represents that era is reckless. So, why should I even bother reasoning with any of you? You're full-grown adults, yet act like spastic 5-year-olds, and your Twitter account should be revoked. You act like perfect saints pointing fingers, seeking out attention, policing the internet, when the majority of you are guilty of much worse atrocities than me, from what I've researched. I'm done with this drama, period. That being said, I will not exhaust my energy debating, defending, or arguing the contents of this post. It's clear as crystal, and I've debunked these aforementioned accusations to the best of my ability. You can either accept it or not. Whatever you think, I don't care. Your validation is meaningless." Unquote. The final result of this rant was him once again taking the spotlight. A few moments for the Sonic fanbase to all throw tomatoes at him. Videos made about this rant. People coming out to laugh and mock the man once more. Quote retweets. Past dramas laid bare once more. It would seem, in his anger, Cuda had once more become the internet fool. The clown for the crowd. And while he was the one to respond to it all, it's clear this drama wasn't totally Cuda's fault. In fact, most of it would seem, comes from those who hungered for this exact result, and got exactly what sort of drama they desired and then some out of it. The Rally for Sally movement, in case you're wondering, all kinda fell apart after this point, due to them finding out that Cuda was involved, as well as his grand rant, and Koji taking complete control of the Rally for Sally Twitter to dunk on Cuda some more, ensuring whatever progress was made was ultimately sacrificed for the ritualistic slaughter of a dead horse long over decayed. Cuda also admitted to faking an email from Sega, where they confirmed that they own Sally Acorn as well, apologizing for a frankly dumb thing to lie about since it's already been confirmed in the past and since then. But all the same, the damage overall was done, not just for Sally Acorn ever getting into that game, but for everyone involved. None more than Cuda, of course, but to an outsider, this all seemed like a bunch of pigs rolling around in shit, frankly. As someone who's been through a lot online and has been, in general, known as an infamous figure, what perspective do you have to share with everyone who's watching this video now?
I'd have to say that the internet is a very cruel and unforgiving mistress. Whenever you post, no matter how petty or irrelevant it is today, it will never be forgotten. It will bite you on the ass, because it's perplexing how there's still people out there who will throw shade at me based on shit that happened well over a decade ago. So I guess my advice is to really think about what you post before hitting that submit button, be it text or video, or if the actions you take is going to have some type of adverse effects. Because in this day and age of cancel culture and platforms like Twitter policing everyone, anything you say or do will have some type of consequence. And it's very unfortunate, because nobody deserves to be endlessly harassed or ridiculed when they've obviously, they're not the same person anymore. I feel that it's unfair to hold a grudge against someone when they've taken the necessary effort to change. And unfortunately, I'm still kind of fighting that battle.
Do you have any regrets in that regard?
I'd say many. Oh man, don't we all just wish we had a reset button we could just press when needed? I guess if I had the ability to reverse time, I'd probably inform my younger self that getting aggressive over a cartoon hedgehog isn't worth jeopardizing friendships and job opportunities over. Hiring people on a project without verifying their credentials is probably another. I don't know, there's just so much I could list, but overall, it's just human nature to make mistakes. But it's how we learn from them that allows us to grow and flourish to become better people. And that's what I truly believe in.
I'll ask once more, what does it mean to be a fool? Maybe it's as simple as slipping on the proverbial banana in front of others being the ones that fully determine the foolishness. But surely, they won't laugh over the slip-up forever. What are the fools whose embarrassment is long-lasting, or perhaps even eternal? What makes one want to document and take interest in those who have failed? Could it be that the slip-up was that funny? Maybe it was that they kept failing time and time again in a consistent manner. Maybe their enemies made sure no one ever forgot their mistakes. Or maybe it's not even the slip-up itself at some point, but rather the legacy of the slip-up, and if one slipped at just the right place at the right time, by the hand of fate. In truth, when looking at the case of Richard Kuta, this Sonic SatAM loving, at times diaper-wearing, cringy, passionate, foolish, self-aggrandizing, ambitious, and above all else, stubborn, now over 40-year-old man, can I say that his story is all that crazy compared to others? These days, a Sonic fan who wears diapers is all but normal in this jaded world that we call the internet, compared to the crazy exploits, scandals, and even pure evil of the individuals the internet more often takes interest in now. Richard, in all honesty, isn't all that much. But then, why does his name hold such weight in the Sonic community? Why does his mere presence call others to action, to cancel and call him out in any project that he's in? Why do others fear being considered friends with this man? Is he such a disgusting freak that he deserves this ridicule? If he were never discovered back when the internet was far fresher, and were only discovered now, would the attraction to this story be as strong? I can't say for sure, but what I can say for certain is that Richard Kuta can never escape his past, no matter how much he tries. Because over the course of this story, you'll notice that there are times when Richard Kuta tried to hide from his past. There are times when he tried embracing it wholeheartedly, and there are times when he tried to set out for a new future for himself, trying to distance himself from the past as much as he could. But it seems what they say is true, that the internet never forgets. Such is the hand of fate. So perhaps what it truly means to be a fool is to keep fooling oneself. To try and go against said hand of fate. To change people's perception of you in the face of so many failures. To try and redeem oneself. But then, can you really blame a person for trying? Who holds all the aces in the hand of fate? And is one doomed to repeat the cycle forever after? It is obvious that Cuda has made many mistakes on his time on the internet. He shared far too much of himself online, every embarrassing detail shared for all to see and mock as they may. He was perhaps too ambitious in his projects, and while I would never look down upon a man for giving something his all and ultimately failing at it, I don't think Cuda would have been regarded as a lolcow as he is today without those diaper accounts, as well as that green-eyed Sonic video, despite the fact that the game did totally turn out to be really bad. And that was ultimately his choice to put all that diaper stuff online, even if he kept it hidden away, and it was ultimately blackmail that got more people to finally understand the full depth of it. And furthermore, it was also his choice, his mistake, further showcasing his diaper hobbies online on accounts for years, before he finally realized how big of a mistake that actually was. He gave the trolls too often exactly what they wanted, a reaction. He was too often surrounded by those who didn't have his best interests in mind. Still, one thing I can say about Cuda that holds true throughout our entire story is that Cuda never went out of his way to hurt others. He never maliciously took down videos that people made on him. He never went on sneaky ops to try to screw people over. He never tried to sue people. He never groomed anyone. He never really did anything to anyone. Nah. Cuda's story, in truth, is a tale of one man's foolish ambitions, placing a spotlight upon him. He was only ever truly hurting himself. If he was only just a guy who wore diapers and posted pictures of himself, I don't think anyone would have even found out about him. If he was only a man who tried to make a Sonic film and failed, I don't think he would be as well remembered either. No, Cuda's tale is its totality that makes him what he is known for today, and why, whether he deserves it or not, others will continue to follow him and mock him, never letting him forget the past. For this person, no matter what he does, is forever marred by the mistakes of the past. Because online, the past is only one click away from being the present, forever doomed in the endless cycle of the internet's all-seeing eyes. And normally, I would say, that certainly has its benefits for those who have done truly terrible things. But in the case of just a simple fool like Richard Kuta, it is rather tragic. However, there is a simple solution to this problem. What have you been up to professionally and creatively, and what would be your final message to everyone watching this video?
I'd probably say the same message I could echo from Ben Hurst. You know, stay persistent in your goals, keep chasing your dreams, make improvements in your life, and don't let setbacks deter your aspirations. As for my own, I basically freelance, mostly in the music industry, designing album covers, posters, and flyers. You know, like various types of merch for like local rock bands. But that was actually how I got my start as a graphic designer way back in college. But it's always been a profession I've held an affinity with. And aside from that, I've taken contract roles networking with major tech companies by creating marketing deliverables for products and services. But due to this COVID outbreak, traffic has significantly slowed down, so I kind of find myself engaging in recreational artwork. So basically, like, whatever inspires me at the moment, I design it. Just a way to keep active and productive while expressing my opinions on world affairs. And, you know, this being 2020, there's a lot I have to express. But aside from graphic design, I've utilized my free time to learn UX, UI design, hand illustration, and even cooking, since in these uncertain times, might as well be resilient in many skills, especially in this unpredictable future we're basically surviving in. But if anyone is somehow interested in, like, you know, checking out my work, just out of curiosity, they could visit me at athirstybottle.net or search me under the name richk on DeviantArt.
A few months later, after the whole Rally for Sally drama had passed, Cuda and the other people involved eventually came around and put their differences aside and made up with one another. That year, this all took place, Cuda turned 40, and with that came time for him to reflect upon everything he had done up until this point. Some long over enemies he's had for years he went out of his way to bury the hatchet with. He tossed aside the old richmunk name he had for a few years at this point, and decided to focus more on his normal life, away from the internet. He still does stuff on there, of course, from time to time, has his own personal Twitter account, and he still has his websites, mostly for showcasing his freelance work, but you might say that it no longer is a focus for him these days anymore. And therein lies perhaps the answer to the greatest riddle ever told. How does one escape the all-seeing eye, the internet, the place where the past is always the present, and the future is but opportunities for the past to be the present evermore? How does the man who slipped on the banana on such a grand stage win back the audience? Simple. Just get off the stage. It's not as if I'm saying anything groundbreaking by making the observation that we are living in an era when the internet is so deeply rooted and connected into people's lives, it becomes harder and harder to separate reality from the meta-reality of the net that seems to pull us into its all-seeing Leviathan mouth. We know we can't live without it. We know in many ways it's probably bad for us to stare into the white and dark themed color text boxes, videos, and the like for the majority of our day. And yet, here we are all the same. Cursed by the hand of fate, you might say. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, of course. I also think there are many positives that have come from it. Hell, it's never been easier to circumvent the systems of the old world and share your stories, art, film, games, etc. out to the world and truly express yourself in a way that one could only dream of 40 or 50 years ago. It has granted a greater appreciation for stories that so often get forgotten and were never paid attention to throughout history. And it allows us connections we may have never had before it existed. It's both the greatest gift and the greatest curse upon mankind. But all the same, something can be learned from Cuda's tale, that the internet is the easiest stage gig that you'll ever find, for better or worse, but it's also one of the easiest to walk off of if you choose. After all, it is as easy as just hitting the power button. In this era, I think it's easy to forget that, especially since most of us probably grew up alongside the internet and legitimately don't know how many of us would function without it, especially those who have shared so much of themselves online, or in the cases like Cuda, shared far too much. It's easy to tell people to go outside and touch grass, but you know damn well that you're probably going to go back inside and start touching your touchscreen keyboard or mouse before long again. Richard Kuta's tale is interesting, as it comes from an era before the internet was so centralized, before it was literally everywhere, which reveals to me, at least, that none of us are exactly prepared for when a mob of people don't like us, something which would have been pretty hard to do before the internet existed, unless you were a celebrity or something. I don't think Richard Kuta, despite his infamy, is all that bad of a guy. I mean, I'll never understand the diaper stuff, and he has posted some major cringe over the years. But if I'm being totally objective, Cuda is just kind of a weird guy who tried to make cool stuff for the Sonic community, failed, and then people never let it go. It's a shame Cuda's SatAM film failed. It's a shame it failed yet again as a fan project. If you look at fan projects these days, such as reanimated films/episodes, or projects like A Fox in Space, or even the Sonic SatAM 3 project, it's clear these days these types of projects are far more successful and have people on board far quicker. In that way, Cuda was sort of a forerunner to this idea to make a fan film, or at least one as ambitious as he was trying to make. So much so that no one took him seriously at the time. Was it probably always a pipe dream? Sure, probably, but I can't say his ambitions of the time were not at least worth admiring in some regard. Anytime Cuda's been involved with some creative project, he has put his money and time where his mouth is, which is far more than I can say of others. Sure, he failed, but I personally admire the effort in spite of the end result. Even his stubborn nature, with no one wanting or caring about his movie, being ridiculed everywhere he went, it speaks both to his irrational stubbornness, but also his unyielding passion and devotion, that he kept persisting through all of that for so long. It's a double-edged sword, I suppose, but once again, had Richard succeeded, this would have been the epic tale of an underdog succeeding above all the odds. And call me a sucker, but I do love those types of stories. But instead, as our tale stands, this is the far lesser told, but far more common one of the underdog failing in spite of their best efforts. So originally, this video came out in 2022, and since then, this video sadly was copyright claimed and sort of blocked in certain regions, and so that's why I decided to remaster it, as well as add a bit of extra bits here and there at the end to update you on stuff since that video's release. I went ahead and asked Cuda how things have been going for him since this video's release in the 3 years since then. According to him, he's still been freelancing, working as a contractor with companies and the like. He recently did a promo for Nabisco, where he experimented with AI art, and he wanted to note that he uses AI as a tool since he still does traditional graphic design overall. Basically, when he does use AI, he uses it to draft out stuff, making the work less stressful, as he then cleans up and fixes the imperfections it generates. Since 2020, he was contracted with Xbox and Samsung as well. He also updated his website, and has lots more of his portfolio art and graphic design here, as you can see here on screen now. Since then, he's also taken up brand new hobbies like indoor rock climbing classes, wakeboarding, and he still runs cross country, which is actually something he's done since high school, interestingly enough. He also moved away from California during COVID, went through a 2-year process of wearing braces where his jaw couldn't close, and was forced on a limited diet of soft foods and liquids. This also included stuff like bone grafting and a bunch of other rather painful stuff that has caused a rather painful healing process, as it's still not quite done either. Sadly, very recently his grandmother, who will be turning 94 this year in December, and whose home his whole family would go to for the holidays, sadly had to be moved to a nursing home due to her developing dementia, something which has saddened Richard a great deal this year, and I think has had him reflecting on things even more. On that note, he recently did this artistic project that he called School Days, where he recounted one memory per school year, starting with daycare and going all the way up to his senior year of college. The following are a few examples of those memories. Quote, toddler, daycare, 1984. I met my first friend who I still hang out with. 1985. We'd listen to 50s and 60s Disney records. The one that always played was this song, Scarecrow, with this creepy, nightmare-inducing photo on the cover while making pigs in the blanket, ants on a log, and bug juice for a snack. Second grade, 1988. Computer Lab Mondays. What a fantastic way to start the school week. Then spending an hour on Apple IIs playing Oregon Trail. Then after beating the game, playing around with Print Shop. Third grade, 1989. Any kid who brought an instruction booklet from a brand new NES game or the latest issue of Nintendo Power to school was a school pimp for the day. And if any of it involved Super Mario 3, you were a god. And my moment eventually came. Fourth grade, 1990. During silent reading, I was playing Operation C on Game Boy. I'd use a book I was reading to cover it. Teacher confiscated it, and my mom ended up getting it back by yelling I didn't spend $110 for it to go unused, and I was grounded for a week. 7th grade, 1993. The year my perfect conduct record tanked. I started getting into fights, but mostly involving self-defense. This resulted in many detentions. The punishment? Copying dictionaries, as in writing every word and its definition for 3 hours. Freshman, 1995 to 1996. This was my rebellious year. I shaved my head, dyed my tips green, hung around with skaters, listened to Pennywise, Face to Face, NOFX, basically adapted a whole new persona that lasted a few months. Sophomore, 1996 to 1997. Probably the most eventful year and active year. I joined the cross-country team, track team, learning pole vaulting, got my driver's license, and enjoyed the freedom of off-campus dining such as Taco Bell, to enter that N64 contest. Senior, 1998 to 1999. The entire senior class cut school to get in line for Phantom Menace. The line lasted all day, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The expectations were not met. The next day, my ska band Pirates All-Stars performed at the school cafeteria. Off to college. Freshman, college year, 1999 to 2000. Art college, a creative environment where I felt I was in my element, constantly camping at the computer lab using early Photoshop, Bryce 3D, and Maya while listening to Incubus, Make Yourself, Moby Play, and STP NO4 on loop. 2001 to 2002. Well, after the 9/11 attacks, the world seemed to be sombering an unsettling place. Most college kids at my school decided to take the year off to reflect and reevaluate life itself, and I was no exception. So I freelanced full-time. Sophomore, 2003 to 2004. Resuming art college after a year break was about discovering new talents, ambitions, and branching out. This involved dabbling in improv comedy, creative writing, experimental filmmaking, and figure drawing. Junior, 2004-2005. While taking a mixed media class, I ambitiously embarked on filming an 8-minute music video for Green Day's Homecoming from American Idiot. I utilized various styles of animation, 2D drawings, cutouts, and clay. Senior, 2005 to 2006. Concluding my long and arduous educational journey was more of a chill year, where I can choose classes that require little work. But I invested a large portion of my time to writing a script for a Sonic movie. But you all know that story, unquote. Oh, indeed, I think we certainly do. And on that note, in case you're wondering, yes, Richard Kuta still is very much as passionate about Sonic and SatAM and Archie comics as he was before, even if he laments many younger generations deem it all to be non-canon, and generally don't like stuff from that era that he grew up with. He even made this very beautiful piece in honor of Sonic SatAM's 30th anniversary a while back. Oh, and also, he says that Sonic 4 still sucks, which, I mean, fair enough. And speaking of that, this year, one of, if not the oldest Sonic fan on the internet sadly passed away. A man named Dan Drazen. Someone who I've thought about possibly doing a video before, and who I also mentioned in a past video specifically about Sally Acorn related characters on the internet. Richard Kuta knew Dan Drazen personally, and so he kind of reflected on having the privilege of working with Dan before, and very recently this year in moving his fanfictions from his website to a place where anyone could read them, noting it in the following tweet, Quote, "Rest in peace, Dan Drazen. He was a fantastic and prolific SatAM/Archie fanfic writer of the Sonic fanbase during his infancy. Also, a legacy Sonic fan more than all of us older Sonic fans. Back in 1995, I discovered his work from the first Sonic fan site ever created, rat.org, where he later posted his works on andrews.edu. His compelling and engaging stories felt like full-fledged SatAM episodes from how they were paced and structured. I remember I printed them out in high school and reading them during break periods and treating them as supplements since it was around when the series was cancelled. I was very privileged to work with him early this year to compile all his stories into an updated, readable format to share with everyone. To pay tribute, I'm reposting the download link for SatAM/Archie fans of all generations to enjoy. My personal and relevant recommendation to read is his multi-part saga, Sally Quest. Farewell to a true OG of this community." Unquote. Richard saved what could have been ultimately lost media from a very old internet legend, which is pretty damn cool and more than very thoughtful. I suppose I should also address two other notes while I'm here. As far as trolling goes, well, that's pretty much gone for now. Cuda hasn't had to deal with that nearly at all since stepping more away from the internet, as well as others who were going after him also moving on as well. Cuda has also completely given up on all his ABDL stuff as well. Yes, you heard that right. He no longer does any of that diaper wearing stuff, and in fact, in reflection, has even rather bravely noted how he was, from a young age, gaslit and sort of groomed by adults into this mentality while he was in a rather vulnerable state. Him noting on Twitter the following, quote, "I was an ABDL for over 20 years and gave it up a few years back. I recently learned that I was gaslit at a young age by those way older than me. The internet was in its infancy, and in the 90s, chat rooms weren't policed by mods, leaving any impressionable 13-year-old vulnerable. What's deplorable about these people is how convincing and enabling they were, especially when I started questioning things and was told not to because in my 7th grade ignorance, I thought, these people are adults. They're trustworthy, right? These weird desires are perfectly fine. In hindsight, I really should have stuck to my original instincts. Otherwise, my reputation would have never existed. I see history repeating with adults grooming kids into pushing their degenerate ways on this app, and it's disgusting. These people convince you that this behavior is acceptable, so you continue to feed into these abnormal urges. I don't want innocent kids having their future ruined like mine was. If there's psychological issues you can't deal with, seek professional help, not from those who need it." Unquote. Which is both illuminating as it is sad. It seems some things never change. They just go from chat rooms to Discord servers now. Which is why kids probably shouldn't be on the internet, as it's never been a safe place for them, nor will it ever be, so long as disgusting freaks exist, which will never not be a problem, sadly. Cuda will be 45 years old next April, and while much of his legacy online has been that of the internet fool who wears diapers and failed at making a Sonic fan film, I don't think that will ever fully go away. But as time goes on, I wonder if that really matters at this point. Cuda has chosen to finally stop letting the past define him, quite literally taking the diaper off and moving on, as he stayed that way for some time now, even coming to terms with the cold reality that this thing, this fetish he had for so long, was pushed onto him largely by adults online who only saw another victim to prey upon. And in that way, I think it sort of recontextualizes much of Cuda's story as a whole. One of just how badly grooming from a young age can literally destroy someone's life in ways not many would have ever expected. Of course, Cuda's actions are his own. At some point, he was an adult choosing to do these things, act this way, wear this stuff, and so on. So I do not mean to take any accountability away from him, but rather to fix a spotlight on the fact that this type of shit takes a long time to fix once it's happened. It took Cuda till he was around 40 years old to realize that something wasn't right. And maybe many would call him a fool for even that, and perhaps so, but it's hard not to also see this story of passion and self-destruction through the years as something that sadly originates from the destruction of innocence. While it might have taken him till he was 40 to come to terms with this, there are those who never do, turning into monsters themselves who prey upon others, or who end up taking their own lives before they ever have the chance to heal those wounds. However, all the same, Cuda is doing much better these days, and in that regard, I think his story, the Fable of Richard Kuta, is truly one of the rare ones, where someone, despite everything, was able to not only learn to step off the stage of the internet, but also find new meaning away from it, and to apply their passion in brand new ways. And so I suppose the message at the end of all this is now this. Remember that no matter how far you fall, no matter how many people hurt you, or how much you hurt yourself, so long as you still haven't hurt others the same way, so long as you're still alive and kicking, it's never too late to make a change for the better, to step beyond the sarcophagus of the web, and to be, perhaps, who you were always meant to be, away from the influence of others, away from the ridicule of others, and simply be who you really are.